Sorry. Good morning. Welcome to Market Prep. Happy to have you guys. You know what? Peter? This track. First of all, we'll come back to that. Good morning, Eamon. Good morning, Peter. Glad to have you guys here as we start off this beautiful Wednesday. So happy Wednesday to everyone on deck. Hit your camera in there, Peter. There we go. Now we got
you. What the heck, man?
It's all good.
On here?
So
having a morning.
I'm sitting here and I'm like, man, this track is nice. The guitar comes in, and it is like the pre-market show song. Like we've been playing the songs. I want to say since we started. It wasn't right away, but since we started, we've been doing this 2019, 2020. Can't remember. Long time, man. I'm just like, wait a minute. That was my cue. Like 5-10 seconds ago. Let's get on the mic. So I was enjoying the song here, saying good morning to our members over on YouTube. Good morning to people over in the chat room and also on X. Peter, how are you? Good morning. How's everything?
I'm feeling a little, out of it. Oh my God. Anyways, you know how you have those days? This is maybe too much sharing, but I was one of those where I went and played tennis yesterday, and tennis is not that active. Anyways, the way I play tennis with a buddy, it's not like my most intense sport. Let's put it that way. But I was going for a run this morning. I'm like, you know what? I'm just going for a quick run. It's not going to be very long. And I picked up the same shirt that I was wearing yesterday to play tennis because for whatever reason, I just threw it on the floor. And I put it on, and like halfway through my run, I'm like, damn, this shirt smells bad. and then I got back, and I'm standing here in the shirt that still smells bad. So thank God we don't have smell-o-vision.
We don't need that. We don't need AI to do any of that. That's useless technology, unless the cooking channel. I can see the cooking channel
didn't need
really
to know
loving
any
that.
of this, but
probably
I share
not
everything with you. But anyways, there you go. So all right. Anyway,
Eamon, how about you? How are you, my friend?
Well, since we're sharing, I have two neighbors. One on the right of my house, one on the left of my house. The one who's on the right is just an amazing neighbor, best neighbor, like helpful, nice. I mean, he's just a friend. The guys on the left are the type of people who want to make a scene about the slightest possible things, even if they mean nothing.
Everything stinks.
So they just managed, exactly. So they just managed to ruin my mood this morning, but that's basically it. Guys, it's really good if you have good neighbors, guys. That's amazing. So neighbors are more important than buying a house.
Which side of the house is the baby's room on, the right or the left?
It's on the left, which is a good thing. And I was thinking about buying a chicken maybe so that it just something really loud every morning to wake them up. So.
Well, that's the rooster that'll be really loud for you.
Rooster,
If you want to give them something to complain about, wait till the baby's crying at 2 a.m. and then let them get mad. Like if you're gonna get mad at a baby, it's a baby, man. Like they're just living their life. They don't know that
there are people like that. There are people that just get mad. Like I get on these planes and people will get mad at a baby that's crying or shuffling or whatever. Like, dude, it's a baby. What do you expect him to do? You think he's gonna be quiet on a flight? Like, come on, be reasonable. But some people, they don't like that. So
look, random story. We were on a flight back from, where were we? I don't know. I can't remember what flight we were back from, but it doesn't matter. My wife and I were sitting in a flight, and there was a woman on the window seat with a baby, maybe a year old, little guy, and he was great for the first half of the flight, and then got very fussy the second half of the flight. And her husband was there because he came to see her, but he was sitting way in the back, and we asked her if she wanted to change seats, and she said no. Anyways, what I was really proud of my wife is, and she loves babies, so not a problem. But did she complain when the baby started getting fussy and crying? No, she's like telling that the woman was tired. She's like, would you like me to hold him? She's like, really? And my wife's like, seriously, Love to. My wife played with them for like the next 45 minutes, and everybody had fun, right? The woman had a little bit of a break. My wife was in seventh heaven getting to play with the little baby, kept them quiet. They're, and I'm like, that's what you do. You offer to
That's
help.
what you do. Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
And anyway.
You don't
Exactly.
like the noise? Get some Bose noise cancellation headphones. They work great. I take them on the plane all the time with me. Don't make a scene. Find solutions. All right, here we go, friends. Quick look at our gap list this morning, brought to you by the beautiful tradingterminal.com, who's always extremely helpful with tools like this one, scanners, market atlas, and more. Definitely check it out, tradingterminal.com, to find all of these tools. So right now, everything leaning to the upside of things, to the left here in the green. So a lot of stuff doing very well. Obviously, the SPY is also doing very well. And the biggest story of the day, which I'm sure Peter and Amy will be talking about today, Nvidia is doing very well right now, at least as we start the day. So we'll get into all of that. On the downside of things, not so much. We got Viat and Billy. So we'll see what's driving those lower. They managed today to mess something up here, but everybody else is in the green this morning. All right, let's go to Eamon. 60 seconds and what took place yesterday.
Yeah, well, guys, hope you missed me or my absence was unnoticed yesterday.
No, we missed you,
Anyway.
man. We missed you, yeah.
Okay, good.
We-
good. I just
did.
wanted to ask. All right, good. Since you missed me,
Of course we did.
Guys,
Alright,
give
yesterday-
Eamon like a thumbs up, heart emojis in chat so he can know you guys missed him. He's across the world over there feeling lonely. Hit him with a thumbs up and let him know we love him.
With an angry
guys.
neighbor.
I'm
There
with
you
an
go.
angry neighbor. You see, I need a
Yeah.
lot of hearts and likes today.
All
All
right.
right, guys. So again, back to trading. Yesterday in 60 seconds. So the market sold off for the third straight day. And we did mention this in the beginning of the week. We had the first red week or reversal candlestick on the weekly chart happening last week in 7 weeks, which means that this week we are probably going to have a pullback or a sell-off. And that's what's been happening for the last 3 days, right? Including Friday, obviously. But bonds kept going higher. The 30-year Treasury yield hit its highest level since 2007, and I think that's starting to pressure tech and growth stocks. Right now, the bond market is leading everything. So we had S&P dropping around 0.1%, NASDAQ almost 1%, and the Dow fell more than 320 points. Trump said serious negotiations with Iran are underway and posed a potential strike for like the 100th time or something, right? And oil pulled back slightly after these headlines, but I think there will still be some unexpected volatility throughout the day. Home Depot beat earnings, but the stock did not react, almost did not react, right? Because investors, they want strong numbers, not just good enough. And big headline out of tech is that Elon Musk put his lawsuit against OpenAI, and the jury rejected the case in less than 2 hours. But Musk said he plans to appeal. And another story the traders are watching is Samsung. Samsung is trying to avoid a major labor strike that could impact the global memory chip supply. This is important because it's AI, right? Semiconductors, gaming, basically everything is tech related. And finally, today all eyes are on Nvidia. I even have a featured story for today. Nvidia, will get back to it later today, because at this point the market wants to see one thing, a proof that AI can still keep the market going higher. And on what to expect today, like we said, today is all about Nvidia. The market has been weak for 3 days straight. Yields are ripping higher, and Nvidia reports after the close, but so far it looks good. And about Nvidia, remember that at this point, a normal beat probably isn't enough anymore. The market wants big guidance, strong AI demand, confidence that AI can still continue going higher. And remember this, Nvidia has beaten earnings so many times in the past, but still sold off after. And today could be no different, but maybe today could actually be different because of AI and all this hype around it, right? So traders are looking for a reason to buy this market again, and they're not looking for just good numbers. Today is Tuesday. Who said is it Tuesday today? Sorry, guys. I'm just speaking and reading the chat at the same time. So
Wednesday.
back to this. Okay, yeah. Sorry, I'm
He-
reading the
he-
channel like what?
He must be a trader. He must be a trader. Whoever said Tuesday happens to me all the time.
Exactly. So also, one important event today is FOMC minutes. The Fed was split the last meeting. We talked about that, and traders want to see just how worried the Fed are about inflation, rates, economy. Every word matters right now. We need to pay close attention to the term because I think the market is going to react well for that. And remember, these guys. On days where we have FOMC minutes, usually the market's choppy, the open is volatile, and the moves are small. We usually get stuck in a range until the 2 p.m. session. It's not always like that, but the majority of time it is like that. So be careful trading the open, take it slow, and we'll probably get the best volatility after 2 p.m. Eastern. Before the open, we got target earnings. From the charts, it seemed like they weren't bad. I didn't pick the numbers, but maybe Peter is going to take a look at that if it's any important for today. And today, in short, it's about two questions. It's about NVDA. Is the AI still strong enough to hold up and push the market higher? And about the Fed and whether they'll be staying hawkish or not. So that's basically for it for today. Back to Carlos and Peter to check the gaps list and everything that I've missed.
All right, awesome, Eamon. Appreciate that. Before we go to the gappers list, let's check with Peter what we have as a U.S. economic calendar for today.
Woof, not much. It's a pretty light calendar day. As you can see, we got Barr who's speaking in a few minutes, and that's about it. We got some crude oil inventories. And it's interesting how the crude oil inventories, we talk about it a lot. It seems to be in the media, right? Everybody's worried about oil inventories. When do they run out? When do they hit critical? By the way, if you hear anybody talking about, I've heard, I was watching, I can't remember what I assume it was MSNBC. Anyways, and they were talking about the barrel bottom. We're going to hit barrel bottom by July. Well, you guys in the U.S. are going to hit barrel bottom. You're not out of oil.
What's that? Oh, barrel. Oh, like oil.
Well, so basically what they call
gotcha.
barrel bottom is like when you have, those giant storage tanks, right? Where they basically, you use all the oil reserves. Barrel bottom is sort of more of a technical term generally to mean, you only have like 20% of supply left or something. So there's still a lot of oil, but it's considered barrel bottom because that's a critical level at which they need to be replenished. So anyways, look, this is nothing new. The U.S. is known for a while that you're in a critical state. You're actually producing a lot of oil. The problem is it's not the same type of oil that your refineries can refine. So you got this issue where you're producing a whole ton of oil, but you got to ship it overseas to other refineries. You're just not getting enough oil because of the closure of the strait to be able to, refine and provide locally. Anyways, that's why gas prices are high. You're not going to run out of oil, at least not anytime soon. However, all that being said, everybody knows, right? Oil stocks globally have been restricted a little bit. Oil prices are up. What I find interesting anyways about all of this is that the crude oil inventories, the market still doesn't care about it. Like those numbers can be whatever. And the market's like, well, whatever, let's do our own thing. All-time high, all-time high, all-time. You get an all-time high and you get it. Anyways, we all know this story. It's just, I find it fascinating. This market is amazing. Anyways, so yeah, not much going on. Now, the FOMC meeting minutes should not really be an event. Because we already know what the FOMC meeting discussed. The minutes are really just the formal publication of the information we already know. However, sometimes the algos can react to that stuff, right, when it comes out. So be aware if you're in a trade at 2 o'clock, the market may do a little dipsy doodle. Sometimes it just pops up or down, usually recovering that and heading back to where it started from. It's really just the algos reading it and saying, oh, what do they mean there? And then you get the correction and it goes right back. So it's a couple of minute thing. Sometimes it happens, sometimes it doesn't. There's a potential trade in that if you're willing to trade the pop and return or drop or whatever it is, the move anyways, and return to normal. But there's no guarantee it'll do that either. So anyways, just be aware, 2 o'clock, that's probably our biggest event of the day. And that's not saying much. So that's what we got.
Yep, I agree. We'll be on the lookout for that, friends, if you are trading during that time. Here it is, guys. Let's get into our gappers list and see what is going on this morning. We'll start with the first one on deck, MWC. is leading the way by a mile this morning. Oh, lower price stock. I just noticed that. But still, I mean, this stuff is up 53%. Wait, is this right? Am I reading? Is this up 25 at one point? Wow. What this came from, like a penny? No, are these numbers correct? How is the daily? It went from five. Okay, so it was $4. Okay, 474. Okay, I got it now. So 474 shot up to like 1,500% of $26, and then back down to $7. Still up 53%. I mean, just wild. This is a low flow, sitting at 22.6 million shares flow. Peter, clearly high flying this morning. Definitely somewhat in play. What's your thoughts on it?
Yeah. Hold on. I got to translate their website into English. I've never heard of this company. Micware. Apparently, they make auto parts. Their website is all in Japanese. So I got to translate here to English. And yeah, I don't know anything about them. Why are they popping? Well, I don't really know. There doesn't seem to be a lot of news on it. Not a surprise. We don't have many or any analysts really covering this company. Again, Carlos, we've got 14,000 different tickers listed in the North American exchanges. You know, this is just one of those many ones that we've never run across before. Apparently, they're software services, automotive and mobility sectors. Blah, blah, blah. Look, I don't know. They must have had some news. Frankly, all I need to know is in that pop that happened at 5 a.m. If this is a stock that can go from $4.72 at the close yesterday to $25 and back down before the market even opens, you know, if you like low float, you could be salivating at this one. Me, yeah. I'm like, I am doing the Drake thing right now. Here we go. You guys ready? You ready for the cringe? Yeah, there you go. There you go. All right. So, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Low flow stock clearly in play, guys. Be very careful with this one. Almost said microwave, but it's not microwave. It's Micware. I just don't know what they're doing there. But there you go. Careful on that one. All right, let's continue. IMVT is the next one. This one's up 24%. Not a low flow, sitting at 77 million shares flow. You can see here on the pre-market action. We got a little bit of volume. Doesn't look great, though. Very choppy volume, even sitting here at 700,000 shares traded so far on the day. Another one that I don't think we ever looked at, or at least I can't remember. Didn't make an impact for sure. And their daily also looks pretty bad. Doesn't seem great at all. Very, very choppy. Very small volume. Even on a day where they move very well, the volume still stays very small for the entire day. So although it's not a low flow, I don't see anything great. I don't like the daily. I definitely don't like the pre-market action. We're going to have so many great things to look at today. This is not going to be one of them, Peter.
Yeah, I'm trying to get more details on this because anyway, so it looks like they had positive phase 2 results for their IMVT 1402. They're in a drug trial here. They had a good response rate. They took the opportunity to mention how they have $902 million cash, and that gives them enough cash to make it through the phase 3 testing. What Carlos is throwing me here is that this is Immunovant. Anyways, that's the name of the company. But it's great that they have positive phase 2 data. It's good that they've got enough cash to make it through the next phase. But the way they worded it in their press release, all they say, and let me read this verbatim, the company reported $902 million in cash, providing a runway for Graves' disease programs. Okay, so the way it's listed, it's GRAVES apostrophe, which implies it's a name. Maybe they have Dr. Graves as one of the researchers. Do you want to name your drug trial Graves? So that is not
no.
Yeah, you know, you might want to have thought about that. Maybe I got to assume it's somebody's name. Why else would you do it? Is it a disease? Yeah. Graves, it's a disease. Graves disease? That's a horrible name for a disease. Hold on.
All right.
Graves disease.
Yeah.
It is. It's a toxic diffuse goiter. Oh my God. It's an autoimmune disease that affects the thyroid. What a horrible name for a disease. Okay. Anyways. All right. Thank you. Flying Alaska helped me understand. So there you go. So I guess, look, they got enough cash to see this drug through to completion. That's great news. Geez, you know, I feel bad for anybody that's got Graves' disease.
Yeah, it's pretty tough. It's pretty tough.
Trading? No.
Yeah. Good stuff they're trying to do there. I don't think the trading's going to just do good. So we'll leave that alone. Here's the next one that, again, this thing is always on our list. It's just every day it feels like Poet finds a way to jump on this gap up or gap down. Yeah, I mean, and again, we're talking about their daily waves here, up, back down, up, higher, back down, not as low. Let's see if this is the turn of things. Speaking of turn of things, man, yesterday, I mean, if you're a reversal trader yesterday, you had a lot of fun. I mean, it was just incredible. We were sitting at P Capital around 2 o'clock, and we were looking at some of the market stuff. And man, V reversals galore everywhere. V reversals, AMD, it's just everything reversing nicely. So hopefully, if you're a reversal trader, you had some opportunities. I unfortunately was done at 11 and found nothing. So left yesterday with no trades. So we'll see. Today we're gonna have.
You had a no trade day.
No trade day, man. So we got to have better luck today. We're looking forward to this day, but again, can't get too overly excited. Got to be patient with the process here and not jump the gun quickly. But Poet up here 14%. Beautiful. This is a great clean pre-market activity. Daily also looks, again, a little bit messy but exciting, the way he's been moving higher and lower here. So I think I'm going to have it on the list, Peter, whether it's a primary or secondary. I'm not sure yet, but I think it does belong on the list. I think the numbers, the charts, all look good.
Yeah, like we've been watching it for a few days. It moved okay yesterday. I've got to give it that. And like you said, one of those V reversals, like so many stocks. Yeah, the V reversals, I struggle with those because I look for, sort of a retest, right, process before it goes higher. And also, like you said, so many things just V reversed and didn't give me that retest opportunity to take those long reversals. So some great trades though yesterday. I feel like I missed way too many. So hopefully we get another chance, another kick at the can today. But Poet, yeah, probably should be on the list. Why not? I mean, it's like you said, it's here every day, and the volume is sustaining. This is a far cry from where it was just a month and a half ago when it was getting under 10 million shares a day. Now it's up. It's getting 70 million shares every day, 70 to 100 million shares. So yeah, it's rocking.
Yeah, all good here. I'm going to add this to the list, but I'm not going to put it. It can't be in front of Nvidia. So I know I haven't talked about Nvidia, but I got to add Nvidia first. I mean, you got to get pushed over. It's all Nvidia today. So, but Poet, I think deserves to be here. I mean, it looks really good. I'm hoping that it can trade very, very well. Let's do two more. Then let's talk about NVIDIA, and then we'll head over to some of the stuff that Eamon has for us. And semis, right? All the semis on this list towards the bottom, they're all on here. As you can see, you got SanDisk, AMD, all the semis, SMCI, semis, and tech and AI. They're just all salivating at this list. Intel, and I'm sure they're all just waiting with their popcorn. What is the queen of the market going to do today?
Yeah, and let's talk about that because you're right. They're all seem to move. The whole sector is moving on anticipation of NVIDIA's earnings. We know it's the big dog. They always report late. Tonight is the night, right? They are reporting after the close today. It's the big show. The big shoe. This is what everybody's looking forward to. 4:20 p.m. is when NVIDIA reports. And the anticipated numbers, I mean, they're pretty high, right? The market is looking for $78.9 billion worth of revenue in this quarter and an earnings per share of about $1.75. Now, Carlos, what amazes me is the fact that now the analysts are turning to the prediction markets to provide us information about what's likely to happen. Apparently, the prediction markets imply a 96% probability that NVIDIA beats the consensus estimates. So more or less, everybody thinks that they're going to beat that. Yeah, everybody thinks they're going to beat the numbers. The real question, though, is if everybody thinks they're going to beat the numbers, have they already priced in the assumption that they're going to beat the numbers, right? And if so, how much do they have to beat it by just to make the base assumption? Because that's really important. Because if you're looking to trade earnings, again, just because everybody thinks they're going to beat their numbers and they're going to have a fantastic quarter doesn't necessarily mean the stock goes higher, right? We saw this in previous quarters. I think it was last quarter where NVIDIA actually dropped and they beat their numbers. They did fantastic, but everybody already assumed that. So So again, we're in this situation where everybody thinks it's going to be awesome. Everybody thinks Nvidia is going to do great. The whole market is moving, even in advance, just on the eager anticipation of this happening. But I'm a little worried about Nvidia being able to sustain it, and we might get a little bit of a market depression tomorrow, right? A little bit of sad fallout because they might rise today. And even if Nvidia does what they said they're going to do, even if they do better than that, can they push higher? Like there's a really high bar to get over here, and it's tough. It's like we've talked about this in the past. The term price to perfection is one of the things that's often used in the market, where have people already priced Nvidia on the assumption that they're going to blow out the numbers, which means even if they do that, they're like, well, that's what we expected anyway. So we're not giving you any more price appreciation. There's a risk. So I just don't know. Like I don't know what to expect of Nvidia from a price. I think from an earnings should be fantastic. If it's not, oh my God, can you imagine how far Nvidia would drop if they actually missed their numbers? Right? For me, that would be awesome. As a short trader, I personally would love it, but I don't think that's really going to happen. I mean, Nvidia is going to be
I heard, Peter, I don't know if you heard the same thing, but I heard this morning that they have like 70% growth, something ridiculous.
Oh, yeah.
As far as a Q1 sales. I'm like, wait, what? How is that even possible?
If you look at their earnings quarter over quarter, for a company this size, it has been astounding how much they've actually grown. Like even if you look at just year over year, their last quarterly earnings like a year ago was somewhere around $55 billion. The expectation is they're going to deliver 79 roughly billion dollars, right? I mean, that's like that's incredibly, incredibly high. Like I just don't. It doesn't seem possible. And yet they are selling so many. Like again, where's the top? It's got surely. How many more people can buy chips? How are they affording this? Anyways. Yeah. Stop asking silly questions you don't want the answers to, right?
Yeah. We've been talking about our feature story. I know, Eamon, you got a slide on that. So let's do that now. You got about a minute and a half before we go to Jared. But let's cut into our feature story, and then we'll have Jared engineering the markets in our chat room with our members. If you want to join, head over to bevertrades.com, and you can join the members there as Jared takes over in a minute and a half or so.
Yeah, so feature story, Nvidia, Carlos and Peter almost said it all. Tonight is probably the biggest earnings report of the entire quarter. And I don't think it's important only for Nvidia. It's important for the whole market because Nvidia is basically the AI trade. And the important part is that expectations are still going higher from what you've seen on the gappers, right? So a year ago, Nvidia made 44 billion in quarterly revenue, and tonight Wall Street expects 79 billion. And Carlos has mentioned it; it's 79% in growth, and that's huge. That's really insane and huge growth from a company that is already this big. But here is the problem. Lately, last few earnings, they were sold off after the earnings came. So beating earnings hasn't been enough for Nvidia, and I don't think it's enough right now anymore. The last few reports were good, and the stock sold off. Why? Because the market already expects perfection, and Peter mentioned it. There is how much did you say, Peter? 96% conviction that Nvidia is going to beat earnings, right? Exactly. But investors don't want just strong numbers. And it doesn't mean that these strong numbers are going to get Nvidia to go higher. They want proof that the AI spending is still accelerating. So what is really important tonight is one, the margins. If the margins stay around 75%, the market will believe that Nvidia still has massive pricing power. But if they start slipping, the traders will question it, and we might see a pullback. The second thing, and that is the most important thing, is guidance. Guidance is the real one. You know that beating numbers and beating last quarters, any company can do it. But the market cares about what comes next. So beating the numbers today doesn't mean that Nvidia is going to go up, but this guidance and what Jensen says after these numbers come out is what's going to decide whether Nvidia is going to squeeze hard tomorrow or we're going to see a gap down. And the final thing is China. China is basically the wild card. The street still treats China revenue like it barely exists because of these restrictions, and everyone will listen carefully for any real numbers or timeline updates from Jensen tonight, and that could also affect the where Nvidia is going to be headed to after the earnings. And finally, Blockwell. I mean, this is the next phase of the AI race. Microsoft, Amazon, Google, Meta, they're all spending hundreds of billions trying to build the AI infrastructure. And as long as these companies keep spending, NVIDIA will be in the center of the story. So this report is not just about NVIDIA, it's about all these AI or semiconductors. And we'll see what's going to happen tonight after the close. All right, I think it took a little bit longer. Let's leave it to Jared
You're good,
in
man.
the
You're
chat
good.
room.
Perfect. All right, we'll leave it to Jared here, and we'll continue over with X and
Take it
also
away,
on YouTube.
Jared. All right, yes, and we'll continue here on YouTube.
Yep.
Chat room.
All right, friends.
Have fun. Do we get
Yes.
to see what shirt he's got? I know you've always focused on his shirt.
No, man. I don't.
Okay.
I don't see his camera on yet, so
No,
I'm sure he's
neither do
got
I.
something sporty and golf like. He's got some great golf shirts. I got to go golfing with Jared if he's a golfer. I think it would be a lot of fun. All right, friends. Gab versus brought to you by TradingTerminal.com. We spoke about a few that were leading the way this morning. We got all the way up to Poet. Then we went to our feature story, which is, again, the biggest thing happening today and all week, really, is NVIDIA, right? So we'll see how NVIDIA does this morning. Already on my watch list, I think NVIDIA is going to be in play today and also throughout the week here. So looking forward to that. Let's do two more here, and then we'll hop over to our gap down, anything that Peter likes. I mean, everything that we love is on this gap up list, right? And I'm going to be watching some of the great stocks like AMD, Tesla, of course, are going to be on the list. We'll see what Meta has news today as well. There's some negative news today. Well, I don't know if it's negative news or not. They're laying off people, Peter. So I don't know if that's negative news. It started with in Asia, I think, sending emails at 4 a.m. or whatever they did. But they started laying off people already. But the market's not really moving. It's not really, making a big dent on their stock this morning. So
the market often likes layoffs, unfortunately, because it depends on the reason. But often they like layoffs because it implies that they're either getting greater efficiency, they're cutting costs, or more recently, they found a way to do the jobs with AI. So, but it's I mean, because they did take the opportunity, right? While they're laying people off and they're sending out the notices, they also said they're reassigning 7,000 staff to AI related projects. So, I mean, how many people are in Meta? So what is it, a 10% layoff?
I don't know. They didn't say the amount of people that are laying off, but I heard it was like a worth of 3 billion of salary
employees.
Worth.
They've got Well, see, what's unclear in their messaging is that so they've got about 78,000 staff. So a 10% layoff would be about 7,800 people. But they're also assigning another 10% AI projects. Is that the same 10% they're laying off, or is that a different 10%?
I don't know.
They're unclear. Question. So, anyways.
I think their savings was about 3 billion, but they're spending 100 billion on AI. So you're not putting a dent on what the company's bottom line with that. So I guess that's what the company's not really doing anything, and they're not really pushing the efficiency on it. Did I say, hey, we got rid of these people because AI is doing the job faster? They're really not saying that. People are not taking to that well, as we're seeing across the country in commencement speeches. People are not happy with AI. Every time AI is mentioned, everybody's booing the speaker, and it's getting a really, really bad taste. To the point that even Trump was saying AI needs a good PR campaign, because the people are not loving it, unless you're a trader like us, which we love the volatility and movements that we're getting.
Yeah, and it seems to be tech companies over the last, probably the last 30 years, I would say, because I saw this in my business heyday, and I see it continuing now, where there is an absolute ebb and flow in terms of hiring and staffing, right? When you get some big new projects, you infuse a lot of money, you make a big fuss about it in the market, and then you sort of balloon your staff, usually more than you need, and you don't know what to do with them. There's a lot of inefficiency in the model. Then you go on this we used to call it the pendulum, right? And that's the growth pendulum, and then it swings to efficiency, and then you get your managers all focused on cutting costs and doing the same more effectively, and you get rid of some of the bloat and you streamline your company a little bit, and you make a big deal about that. You usually cut a little bit too much, and then you start hiring again, and the pendulum just keeps swinging back and forth. So right now, Meta's in a cut. We'll be hearing in 6 months how they're hiring all sorts of people to focus on whatever new project that they've got. It's just it's inevitable. It's just sort of the way things work, and it can be very frustrating actually in these companies, especially if you're middle management, because you often get caught, well, by definition, in the middle. So
yep.
And if you're a worker, right, it's always tough, because if you're on the exciting hot projects, it's good while they're exciting and hot. As soon as they start to cool, the smart people, this is why they jump projects a lot, right? Because you want to get out of the risk spots. So it's the game. Welcome to the game of corporate America.
Yep, absolutely. All right, friends, we'll do 2 more here. Let's start with SLS on there. These guys are moving up 9.5, 300,000 shares traded. SLS Life Sciences is the name of the ticker. I personally don't like it. Numbers look great, but actually the pre-market itself, not so much. And the daily seems to be losing a lot of ground. So we had a lot of volume about a week ago, and now it's just kind of dying down. Still going up, though, for somehow, but really dying down and not doing a whole lot. So I don't like this one. And again, I think today there's going to be so many other better tickers to look at. This won't be one of them, Peter. Any news making this interesting as it makes our gappers list this morning?
I don't see any news. They have an investor conference coming up at the end of the week. Other than that, their earnings aren't until August. So I honestly don't know why this is making the news. It is a life sciences or a biotech, SLS Life Sciences group. Biotech, as soon as I say it immediately, I'm like, probably not interested in trading it. Being that I don't know the news, even less interested. So yeah, I don't know.
Yep. Ben, I like that. We're going to be old school pretty soon with everybody moving over to crypto and poly market. That is the hot thing, man. I'm going to open my account. I just want to Kalshi, whatever it is. I'm opening up an account and just have some fun, put $100 in there, just bet on whatever. If you look at the value at the bottom, I mean, there's so much money that people just don't know what to do with. Like, there's people that just have way too much money in their hands, and they need something to do with it. If you look at the bottom, it's like this bet is 19 million. I'm like, how did we get to 19 million? How did that happen? Like,
the risk
it's wild.
The bigger problem is that people don't have that money. They're not paying their rent, and instead they're trying to make it big, betting on whether the chicken will chicken will make it across the road or something. But yeah, there's weird.
I hope that's not the case. I hope for everyone, for most people. That's horrible.
Yeah,
if they're doing that.
It is weird. It is weird, the bets that are out there. Like, there's all sorts of bets that people are making, and I don't understand. I don't understand why. I guess humans will always be attracted to easy money, right? Yeah.
I think for some, the excitement you can possibly win. I think winning. There's an excitement with winning, right?
Oh yeah.
And if you attach money to it, it just makes it even better. But winning is exciting.
I used to work at Ticketmaster, and we did all sorts of things back in that. Now that's going way back in my career. But yeah, it used to amaze me, Carlos. I could have a booth, right, at a hockey game, for example, where I would give out free, keychains or free, sometimes it was like subs or free t-shirts or whatever. And you'd get people that would take them, but you'd have to like hawk them, right, to give them away. But if I shoot it out of a cannon at you in the stands, people will kill each other for a keychain that's, in a little
competitive nature.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And it's like, it's the winning something. Like, if you just give it to me, it doesn't have as much value as if I won it by having it shot out of a cannon. I had to fight some 5-year-old to get it. Like, I used to watch this, and I'm like, I don't understand this. Like, if I tried to sell you this shirt for $1, nobody would buy it. But if I shoot it out of a cannon, you will kill somebody for it. So welcome to human nature.
Yeah,
amazing.
that is the way that works. All right, so there it is. SLS not looking good, guys. Back to the list here. Last one, IBRX. Then we'll look at some better names towards the bottom. I'll let Peter see what he likes off of this, and then we'll head over to our social pulse for the day before we get to our gap down. IBRX this morning, we are up 8.2, 1.3 million shares traded. Looks horrible. We've seen this one before. I don't like the way it trades, so normally I skip it. Trying to see if there's anything special today, and I don't see anything worth putting this on the list or even considering it. So I'm going to skip on it. It is not a low flow, sitting at 113 million shares float. So if you like it, if it fits your style of trading, add it, but it won't be on my list this morning.
Yeah, I see even a bigger float than that. But either way, yeah, we've seen it before. I don't like it. They got FDA acceptance of one of their treatments for papillary disease. Anyways, but nothing. Yeah, nothing tradable. I don't think.
All right, there we go. All right, Peter. As far as the gap up, anything you like that we haven't covered yet?
Yeah, I've got a number of earnings that happened either last night or this morning that I'm keeping an eye on. So, Kava is one, and a lot of these are going to have low volume. So, don't get upset. They're not necessarily great traders, but just thought I'd let you know what had earnings. Kava Group, a restaurant group, they had earnings last night. It was one of the, we didn't have a lot of earnings, so it was probably the key one that was being watched. I see this morning they've only got just under 200,000 shares. They're up about 9%, though, a pretty good move. They beat their numbers. And said that their same store sales is one of the things you always look at when you're talking restaurant groups, has increased with higher margins too. So I guess the cost of food, they've increased their prices faster than the cost of food. So that's I guess that's good. Not good for us as consumers, but good for them as a company. So anyways, they had earnings and are doing well. The Toll Brothers, which is not the cookie people. I always have to remind myself.
What was the ticker?
It's not the TOL. TOL. They're a residential construction company. They had earnings and beat their numbers and actually raised their guidance, which I mentioned this because I think it's interesting that they raised their guidance on increased number of builds this year. So people still seem to be committing to buy houses. We keep talking about the state of the economy and how things aren't affordable, and yet a lot of the signs here, we're looking at these retail results and we're looking at construction and new builds, and people are still buying. I don't know whether they're like YOLOing it or what, but it's going well anyway. So Toll Brothers having a good year so far. Two companies that are also having a good year. Oh, and look, now they're both red. That's interesting because Target was green a second ago, a little while ago when I was looking. Now it's red. Anyways, TGT. Wow, they've really dropped in the last few minutes. Okay. Anyways, Target, Lowe's, and TJ Maxx, TJX. So just three here in a group that I'll mention because they all had earnings this morning. TGT, LOW, and TJX. Those are the three tickers you want to look at because they're all roughly the same sector. I know it's not exactly the same thing, but we're talking retail, and they all beat their numbers. So again, I am surprised. I was expecting retail to sort of struggle a little bit more, but they all reported increased revenue and increased bottom line earnings, all three of them. So that seems good. That being said, right, all three of them are TJ Maxx actually is holding on to green here, but Lowe's and Target are dropping, and Target especially in the last couple of minutes, they've really taken a downturn here. They've dropped $10. I don't know what's going on, but somebody's angry at Target. So maybe that one might be worth watching. Target, Carlos, if you remember, we had like a very brief period where Target suddenly became like an awesome stock to trade. This is back beginning of the pandemic. I don't know. I can't remember exactly what happened, but it was one of those where it just was like on fire. And then it sort of went back to its old ways and wasn't all that exciting to trade. But maybe today will be its day. I mean, it is an earnings day. It's the one I like best. So, they actually raised their guidance again. Everything looks good. I'm not sure what's leading to this suddenly negative sentiment right here.
Somebody knows something.
Somebody apparently thinks they know something anyway. So this, being that it's moved so aggressively downward, this makes it even more interesting to me. So I like Target out of those three. Just to complete the earnings picture, the only other one that's in the green that I wanted to mention from earnings was VFC, VF Corp. Which is another thing that we only see during earnings. They're not a, well, I guess they're sort of a retailer. Anyway, wholesaler, retailer, clothing manufacturer. They had their earnings sitting green here this morning, up just about 1% on 760,000 shares traded. And like a lot of these other companies I've been talking about, they beat their numbers, so they're doing okay. They overachieved on revenue, and rather than losing 2 cents, they broke even. So they didn't make or lose money. 0.00. So there you go. So that's better than forecast for VF Corp. So we keep talking about how tough the economy is, or at least that's what I keep hearing all the pundits talk about. But the earnings are coming out and don't seem to be reflecting the same thing. So it's anyways.
Yeah, it's interesting, man. I guess it all depends what people are basing that on, right? I mean, like Joe's something he had a question here. Joe Shimo, he's like, I keep hearing the economy is so bad, but personally, I don't know anyone without a job, right? So it's. Right. I think there are jobs out there. I think it's just things are just expensive, and I think when people look at how expensive things are compared to where they were, a few years ago, whatever, or maybe just a few months ago, they think the economy is bad, but necessarily those two things are not really, hand in hand, right? So I think a lot of people look at the gas, like gas is high. Like, this administration needs to bring the gas down, right? As soon as possible. That's way too high. Again, it's just, I think people maybe refer to certain things. Like, you're right. I don't know anyone without a job that's struggling to find work. You're right. I'm in the same boat. I don't know anyone, right? So it's very interesting.
Both Visa and MasterCard in their last quarterly earnings reported higher sort of consumer debt, so basically higher carried balances, which is good for their business. But it implies that people are maybe not able to pay off their credit cards and are using credit to fund, general necessities. Again, none of this is confirmed, so I find it interesting. We are in a very unique position in this market where everybody's decrying doom and gloom, but the market's at all-time high, and yet the companies are reporting fairly good trends here. So we'll see where it all goes. In the meantime, right, we'll just keep trading stocks and trying to make our own.
Well, that's it. There you go. All right, friends, before we get to our gap down, brought to you by TradingTerminal.com, let's take a look at some of the social posts that we have lined up for today.
Awesome. All right, guys. So social posts. Right now, the market is basically split into two camps. One side says the bond market is winning, and the other side still focus on the AI growth, saying that it's too strong to stop yet. And both sides have a point. The bear case is simple. 30-year treasury yield just hit around 5.2%, and this is the highest level since 2007. And think about that for a second. Back then, the iPhone had just launched, Netflix was still mailing DVDs, and Bitcoin did not exist. Now, suddenly, yields are back to those levels, while AI companies are worth trillions. That changes the math for investors, because if you can suddenly get over 5% in government bonds, people start asking, why take huge risk in expensive tech stocks, right? This is why yields have been hitting growth stocks so hard for the last few days. Then you have the bull case. A lot of strategists are still saying that, yes, rates are higher, but earnings growth are exploding, and that's really the Nvidia argument tonight. If Nvidia keeps growing at this pace, maybe valuations actually justified. Maybe AI is really that big. And then there is another wild card, Samsung. Samsung is trying to avoid a major labor strike right now. And this is really important because Samsung is one of the biggest memory chip makers in the market. And in fact, in the whole world, right? And memory is critical for AI servers, for gaming, for PCs, basically for everything tech related. So if you think about today altogether, Treasury yields at 1-year highs. Nvidia is reporting after the close. AI valuations are under pressure. Samsung supply concerns, and we have also the FOMC minutes. I think today is going to be an interesting day to trade. It's going to be really volatile, and we'll see whether AI growth stays strong or maybe the bond market is going to be the biggest story that will be focused on within the next few weeks. Maybe we can head directly to the fun fact of the day, just to make sure that I can make it to live trading with big capital. By the way, guys, fun fact, yeah. And by the way, guys, make sure to join us on the next bootcamp. You are going to learn a lot there. We have live trading every day. Carlos, Peter, John. So it's interesting. I mean, I don't know why it just came back into popped into mind right now, but big capital. Anyway, fun fact for the day. A crazy number for today is $1 trillion. This is the size of AI opportunity Jensen Huang says Blackwell and Vera Rubin could create over the next couple of years. Do you see this number, guys? It's crazy. I mean, for perspective, Nvidia made around 216 billion over the last 12 months. So think about what he's really saying around here. He's just saying, he's telling that the AI spending is still in very early stages, and it could go maybe even 5 times more than it is at the moment. This is why tonight is really important. If Nvidia disappoints even slightly, traders will probably sell, right? They'll get disappointed. They will start asking whether this AI boom peaked already or not. The second number that is interesting for today is the 30-year treasury yield. It's almost 5.2%. This was the highest since 2007. And one final thing is today is actually World Meteorology Day. Back in 1875, countries signed the Meter Convention in Paris to have these measurements aligned around the whole world. Because before that, everyone measured things differently. And funny enough, tonight the market is doing the exact same thing. Everything in AI gets measured by one company, which is Nvidia. And back to numbers, Nvidia will report roughly $79 billion in revenue, and the entire market will use that number to judge what's going to happen tomorrow. So that's it for today. Leaving you with Peter and Carlos. I'll see you guys at 11 a.m. Eastern with Kyle.
All right. Thank you so much, Amy. I appreciate all the information there. As we continue here on X and YouTube as well. Friends, if you haven't done so already, hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. We are currently sitting at 118 likes. 500 likes today gets us a free funded account giveaway. So make sure to help us there. That would allow us to do that giveaway for you. So, all right, guys. Yeah, we're chatting MU in the chat. MU continues to rock it here. I see El Patron had a nice trade this morning already. One and done. Some other you guys are saying it's leaving without us. Hopefully it can pull back and give us more opportunities. It'll be in play today. We'll have this one on the list. A little bit tougher to trade. So I'll probably have it on my secondary. But I think it's worth watching. I think all semis today, pick your favorites, are going to be in play. Look at AMD go now. And Nvidia, not so much. This is the start of today. 4.8 million shares traded so far this morning will be on the top of my list. All right, gapping down. We don't have a lot on here. We have TGT that just made its way here. Peter talked about this one, which again continues to be very interesting as it's just made a low of 119, down 5% when it started the morning green. So no reason why they're gapping down so much. So I will have them on my secondary list just to look at them. They're a little more difficult to trade, but again, maybe today they'll surprise us on how they end up trading. So we'll have them on my secondary list here. And as far as the gap down, we'll head over to VIAV. So here we go, VIAV. This is down 9% this morning, 623,000 shares traded. Pre-market activity has been dropping here. Flow is 231 million, so very nice high flow here. And on the daily, you can see some weakness coming across the last couple of days. So they don't get a big volume. On days that they do trade a little bit better, you can see a little bit higher increase there. today could be one of those days given the way it's moving. Peter, I don't remember via V Solutions and what they do, but they're gapping down today and looking to maybe head lower.
Yeah, Viavi. Anyways, yeah. Well, today they have basically a secondary offering. So not the best news that we like. I like how they've engineered the numbers though. They want to raise $500 million, so they're issuing 11,111,111 shares at $45 a share to raise approximately 500 million. And they're using that money, by the way, to repay a term loan that's coming due. So instead of a term loan, they're going to shareholders to fund their debt. So they're not actually going to pay it down. They're just transferring the debt somewhere else. So what do they do? I don't know. We sometimes, Carlos, you get to these sites and you're like, clearly they're talking to insiders, because their main page of this Viavi says that they provide Strata Sync for micro NIR on-site W. I have no idea what that means.
Talk about niche.
Yeah, very much so. But the
is that a sugar cane? That's a sugar cane.
That's the pic. See, look at that.
That's interesting. I don't know what they do.
Strata Sync for micro NIR on-site W, and the picture is this guy scanning bamboo.
Or sugar cane. I think it's a sugar
cane, or like I don't get it, man. I have no idea what is going on. But anyways, it's a hosted cloud-based solution for data asset management. So okay,
look at this. Look at it. How do I apply for this job right here? Like, what do I have to do to get a job like this?
I'm sure there's more to it than just.
Yeah, I'm sure. But I would love to know that guy's job description there. I would like that. That could be a good, after trading, this could be my second, my third career there. Why not?
There you go. You go make it happen. Anyways,
there we go.
Not tradable news. Whenever you get a secondary offering, it doesn't usually yield good trading opportunities.
Ben says that is probably the founder there himself taking a picture. Yeah, it could be depending how
could be.
Could be. All right, next is going to be Pump, and we are pumped for this market here for sure. But Pump, PUMP, Pro Petro, is down this morning, 4.6, 212,000 shares traded, 90 million shares float. But again, the volume is very light on this one. I don't expect it to trade well at all, and I can see here the daily just doesn't get a lot of great volume, so not going to be on our list. We got tons of other things we can look at that are a lot better, and also when you guys start sending me tickers, I'm sure we'll find some stuff that we have not talked about yet that will be worth adding. Peter, Pump is not pumping anything this morning. Any news driving them lower?
I don't really see. They actually had some upgrades, so I'm not sure why they're gapping down this morning. Yeah, but no real news. I mean, it's an oil and gas company that sort of a mid-range oil and gas, not one of the biggest, but not one of the smallest either. And I don't see any news on it.
All right, there we go. We'll leave this one alone for now. All right, continuing. And the last one we already spoke about quite a bit is Target. And again, they're trying to get a little bit of a bounce here. I will add them on my secondary list. I think they're trading very interesting this morning, as Peter mentioned already. We'll keep an eye on this one, see where it goes from here.
Yeah, I like Target. Like I said, other than the earnings, they beat their numbers. They raised their guidance. They had a good outlook. Same store sales growth is expected to go up to about 4% from 2% previously. So all the numbers look good. Whatever happened here, and they were green again until about half an hour ago, when suddenly they dropped $10, and I can't see any particular reason for that. So maybe a big seller entered the market. I'm not sure, but I think there's an opportunity for some trading on this.
Yeah, sure is. All right, guys, that covers our gap up and down here by TradingTerminal.com. The scanner's there. Peter, as far as gapping down, anything that we haven't covered that you like this morning?
There was only two that I wanted to mention that had earnings. One was last night. Keys is that company. KEYS is the ticker. This is Keysight Technologies. They, again, AI demand says that it's pushing their balance, their books higher. They posted great sales, but they are gapping down this morning. They're down about 3%. Now they've had a great run up. I mean, just look at the daily. They've what, doubled in price in the last I don't know, 6 months or so. So, you can't say that they haven't done well. I think it's one of those where, maybe priced to perfection where they just couldn't, sustain it despite doing what they said they're going to do and touting AI as the cause. Expectations were just too high. So, and the other one is we already talked about the other guy. Oh, Zim. That's right, Zim. We see them occasionally. This is a shipping company. This is the one area that didn't look that positive. So they basically had a net loss when they were expected to make money. Their revenue did not
what's that
hit
ticker
target.
again?
ZIM.
ZIM. Okay. Yep.
ZIM for my American friends. But yeah, they missed on revenue and they really, really missed on earnings. They only delivered about 1.4 billion in revenue when it was expected to be at 1.6, and their earnings per share is they lost 72 cents a share when they were expected to lose 22 cents a share. Now, as a global shipping company, we all know, right? There's been problems because a lot of these shipping companies have got ships that are, I almost called them boats, and that'll get any get marine people angry. Anyways, they've got ships that are stuck, and that costs money, right? Every day that a ship sits idle is very expensive for them, so they need them constantly moving around the world, and they've got some ships that are stuck, and it is costing them a fair amount of money. So their numbers are down, and more even than anticipated. So I'm surprised to see the stock where it is, quite frankly. I went and looked at the daily, and I'm like, oh, look, it's actually holding up pretty well. Whereas back in February, they had this big pop higher at their last earnings. Now they're below that range. They're in this big gap zone. So it looks interesting from a daily chart. Whether it'll move or not, I don't know. They typically don't get a lot of volume. So, but we'll see what happens. So there you go. Those are the two that I had. Carlos, obviously we got all the usual players and characters. Again, the semiconductor sector all just looks, it's green across the board. Again, Nvidia, the anticipation of what Nvidia is going to do tonight is, I think, got that entire market green. Who knows what will happen when the opening bell rings? In the Magnificent Seven, we got a real mixed picture. Things are all over the place. Amazon's up, Apple is down. Meta is up, Google is down, right? And like we already talked, Tesla is up, PLTR is down. So, we've got stuff that's, sort of up and down all over the place. Nothing huge, but I think, just go to your favorites. Whatever you usually like to trade, whether it's a Tesla or a PLTR or an Apple or whatever, just watch the ones that you like best, because it feels like they're all, either all going to be in play or none will be in play.
Yeah, absolutely. Speaking of Apple, I know they had their schedule, their event where they talk about their AI software. So, and they got some cryptic. They were talking about the cryptic dove. It's like a dove or a bird they have flying down. They were trying to figure out what that is, but they think it's with the people are saying that it's maybe their AI not merger, but connection with Google. I think they're going to use Google Gemini or something like that. So we'll see how that plays out. That's has been one of the weakest areas for Apple, is that AI situation. So man, if they could deliver good stuff on that presentation, I think that would be awesome for them. So we'll keep an eye on them. As far as trading today, again, business as usual. They're down slightly, little volume this morning, but it's still going to be a great trade, as we've seen many times this thing take off. All right, friends, let's go to you guys over on YouTube and on X. What do you guys like this morning? What is on your list? Let's take a look and fill up this list with some of the stuff that you guys like today. So Intel, Carrie, we'll start with you. INTC, I believe, is heavily in play as well. Has been trading very well. I'm starting to warm up to INTC in the way it trades. Up 4.76 million shares traded. Volume is never an issue for this stock. It's just those couple of morning minutes are really tough after the market open. But I'm starting to warm up to it. I think it can trade very well, and I really like the volume that it gets. I think you just got to wait. Like for a 1 minute ORB, it's not ideal. VWAP breakouts are probably a little bit better. I think the morning stuff is just a little more challenging, but I think it's in play. Going to add it to the list here. Poet, I do have here on my list already, so we kind of spoke about it earlier. The daily looks awesome, and so does the pre-market, and you got tons of volume. I mean, everything on here, the numbers, the charts all look great. The daily, again, a little more interesting than what you usually see on a daily. The pop, the drop here, the pop even higher, the drop again. I mean, there's just this very interesting trend. Let's see if that's going to continue. Are we going higher in the next few days in 21 something, 20 something here? So I like what I see, but most importantly, I like the volume, and I really like this pre-market action. So we'll be watching it front and center today. They have definitely caught our attention after all the stuff they've been doing over the last couple of days. ASTS, I'm not a fan of this one. I like talking space and all that, but I'm not a fan of the way this thing trades. So I won't be watching it. I know yesterday they had a big day. I'm not going to give them too much credit. I mean, go to anything yesterday. Well, not anything, but go to AMD yesterday. Look at that reversal. You know, go to Tesla. Look at that breakout. Go to Nvidia. I mean, everything just around 12:30, 1 o'clock just took off and went northeast, friends. And MBIS after a drop, same thing, quick reversal. I mean, just everything. CoreWeave, same thing. We're watching this one. Look at the pop there. I mean, just name it, except one, Microsoft. Microsoft did not have those in its cards yesterday. It just dropped, and had no parts of the reversal. And today they're gapping even down. So very interesting that Microsoft is not biting into the AI sandwich and momentum this morning as they're dropping lower today after a sell-off yesterday. So that's very actually Microsoft is interesting for sure. I'm not sure it's actually trading it today, but you can clearly see a nice rejection off the daily, and they're now in the red. But again, a lot of stuff. MU, same thing, took off yesterday, up this morning. So many things traded very well yesterday. But we'll see today what it does for ASTS. Again, if you like it, definitely put it on your list. I am not personally a big fan of the price action itself. Even after a good day yesterday, I don't think that's normal for them to do on a regular basis. So I'm going to go with something else. But again, doesn't mean it's a bad ticker. Just not going to be one on my list. NBIS, someone's mentioning here. Also, great reversal yesterday. I had it on my list yesterday. Had a rough start. And even the sell-off wasn't great compared to like AMD, which unfortunately was on my secondary yesterday. So today, I'm not sure if I'm going to add this one again. We are up here 2.9. I wanna look at other tickers than this one this morning. So probably AMD is gonna make the list. I mean, what a beautiful drop yesterday. And if you look at the 1 minute on this thing, you also had some really nice setup, even on the lower time frame. So it just traded so well. Even at this price here, up 2.7 this morning. Not much volume, and AMD again pre-market, they're not getting the volume that they used to. Very low volume. Even yesterday, after having a great open, pre-market actions not as explosive. So don't judge the pre-market action too much on this one. When the bell rings, it can really do its thing here. So maybe we'll add AMD. I'm going to be thinking about that for a second here. MU, I think, can trade very well. I'm going to add in a secondary list. The problem with MU now becomes the price tag and the spread. Got to be very careful with those two things. As this thing, again, can move $7 very easily, as we are seeing just in the pre-market this morning. Microsoft is always on your watch list, Candy. Good. Let us know if you see something great on that one. Who else do we have here? AAOI. Let's take a look. AAOI up 3.9, 275,000 shares traded. I think the volume is just light on this one. I know, Peter, we watched this before. I think we might even had it on our secondary list before, but I am just not a big fan of the way this one trades. So I'm not sure about you, Peter. What's your thoughts on it? Have you considered it lately? Will you be adding it today?
No, I haven't really considered it, and like you said, it typically doesn't trade all that well. So yeah, I think that's sort of a thanks, but no thanks.
Yeah, I think that's what we're doing here. All right, let's see what else we have, friends. Good morning, Andrew. Andrew joined the chat. Good to see you there. Let's see what else we have here. We got a couple of more minutes. QBTS, quantum stuff. I mean, I don't know. Quantum just doesn't have the power anymore. No. It just doesn't have the juice that it used to. Don't get me wrong. They had a couple of days where they done well, but again, this was very short-lived. We had some really good trading, guys, back in September. And then also before that, the beginning of end of 2024, right? We saw some really great trading. We didn't really watch it that much during that time, but 2025, the end of 2025, man, this was beautiful. And then we're not getting that type of action anymore.
This weekend on Saturday, I was at a birthday party, 21st birthday for the kids of like our good friends and neighbors across the street. And anyways, one of the kids that was there, he's studying quantum, sort of quantum mechanics, and he is, of course, you could imagine, very strongly opinionated about quantum. And it's always amazing to me, Carlos. I don't know if you've recently had any, when you have a conversation with a university student, they always talk with such authority, like they have newly discovered that area. It's, talk to a philosophy student, they will tell you how the world works because they've discovered philosophy. You talk to, social sciences student, or, I love it. I love the passion you get in the youth when they get into these topics. But I was listening to him talk and I'm like, he wasn't wrong, but his perspective was very narrow, and he didn't acknowledge how narrow his perspective was. He didn't acknowledge the commercial reality of quantum. He's like, none of that's real quantum. It's not quantum. There is no quantum. It doesn't exist. And I'm like, well, there are companies actively selling it. And I grant you, it's not pure quantum computing the way he would define it. But it's just one of those where it's just a fascinating conversation where I'm like, there are companies literally valued at billions, hundreds of billions of dollars out there selling quantum. Whether you agree with it or not is beside the point. And he's like, no, it's all totally irrelevant. It's useless. We have yet to break quantum. We're developing it. I'm working on it. And I'm like, okay, you go, man. You make it happen. But I love that passion. It's always amazing to talk to people that are so deep into a sector, right? And they know their stuff, but sometimes they get lost, right? The depth, it blinds them to the breadth of the topic that they're talking about. So anyways, fascinating.
Passion does that, man. Does that with everything. Religion, politics. Passion will drive you to madness in some cases, but yeah, and narrowness, like you say, at least you could be right, but at least consider the other side, and passion doesn't allow you to do that, right? So I get it. See, we've seen it in a lot of different places in different areas. So but it looks like you got your first hand on that this weekend.
I want to give a shout out to Eric the doctor here, who just posted something and said, hey, good morning. I'm too high on emotion today, so I will not trade. I wish you a wonderful and prosperous day. If you're still listening, Eric, you know what? Shout out to you, credit to recognize that and take action to take yourself out of the game because you just don't think you're in the right emotional state. That's hard to do. That's a lot harder than people realize. First, the recognition. Secondly, to take preventative action. And, I give you full credit because that is one of the keys to successful trading over the long term, is to recognize when you're maybe not in the right state to trade effectively. And good for you. Tough decision to make, but a lot of respect for that, as Candy and others are saying. So I think we should all recognize that, if we can do the same, we'd be better for it.
Yeah. And arts, economics. Sorry, but you're not done. Go ahead.
No, I was going to totally different topic. So go ahead if you've got a different.
Okay, yeah. So our economics had a comment here as well that we noticed that we usually never pick out of the max sevens, and usually the reason is volume. Yes, 100%. We are momentum breakout traders. We need that volume. We need that movement. We need that push. We need that breakout. And we try. We go through this gappers list every morning, and we try to find other things that are aside from the max 7 that can trade well. There are not many. And this was kind of going on with the market, right? If you look at, even if you hear any radio show in the morning, I listen to Bloomberg a lot. I like the guys there. And any podcast or anything, it's all tech. There's nothing happening but tech. I mean, it's taken over. Some people are concerned that there's so much tech that if this thing crashes, if this thing is a Fugazi, right? If it's a Fugazi, we're going to be in trouble. Oh, now, there's big, we're going to be in big trouble. Like, if this is a Fugazi and a bubble, we're going to be in big trouble, right? Because everything, even as I mentioned before, there were companies that have nothing to do with tech that they're moving up just because of the AI potential to make them better and more efficient. Nothing to do with tech. right? But that's how AI is still putting its roots into things that they normally wouldn't be involved in, right? It is just that big of a thing. So yeah, we're not going through our usual, like we've been doing this for 8 years, right? We're not going through our usual EVs are in play. Okay, travel stocks are in play. All right, energy stocks are in play. That's not happening. It's all tech, 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 tech. So I would love to sit in these meetings with these analysts and these fund managers on how they're rotating their money. They're rotating probably on a weekly, daily basis. Like, oh, tech is down, and put it back in tech. Where else are you going to put your money? You're not going to put it on Coca-Cola. You're going to put it back in tech. It's just it's tech, 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 and it's what works. We'll do it until the song stops and the wheels fall off. We'll ride this out. Once it falls off, we'll find other things to hatch on. Right? We're like I can't use that word, but we are free agents. That's a better word. The one I was going to use was not good. But we're free agents, right? We go to wherever the action is, wherever the best party is. That's where we're going, right? So that's right now. The party is still with AI and these tech companies, right? And we're seeing it every day as far as that goes. So we'll see. But when it changes, trust me, we will hop on the next best thing. We have no loyalty to anything when it comes to the market. We'll hop on to whatever's going to get us to our goal and give us what we need. That's for sure. All right, friends. Anything else? Any other tickers you guys like this morning?
While they're thinking of that and their tickers, Carlos, we were talking about the prediction markets. Interestingly, that there's a lot of action in the prediction markets recently. I mean, obviously, Kalshi, as you pointed out, and Polymarket are probably the two big ones, and their business has grown significantly. These prediction markets, I mean, it's a real concern. It's grown from about $2 billion worth of activity last year to $25 billion forecast for this year. That's a massive growth, right? Like that's 10x. That's like 12x, right? Times growth here. So huge, sort of money being spent in this space, and that's just U.S. alone. And in fact, Minnesota, which is known to be a relatively conservative state because they don't allow gambling and sports betting. They're already illegal in Minnesota. They took their state legislature. Anyways, they took steps to make it a felony to operate or advertise prediction markets within the state of Minnesota. And interestingly, the Trump administration has sued Minnesota over that decision to make it illegal, claiming that and this is amusing to me, a lot of stuff that you guys probably know how I feel, but anyways, a lot of the stuff the Trump administration does I find amusing. But anyways, they contend that prediction markets are federally regulated financial instruments rather than gambling products. Come on, man. Like a lot of things, that's a stretch. Financial instruments, it's a gambling product. I mean, I don't anyways. All right. But that's the decision. So the Trump administration is contending these are federally protected, federally regulated financial instruments, and as such, that would mean that actually the states wouldn't have a right to make them illegal, right? Gambling is within the purview of the state. Financial instruments are federal. So, anyways, it's an interesting argument. It's one that probably wouldn't stand up, but the Trump administration is making that, suing the state of Minnesota. So you can see there's different opinions about whether this is good or not. And I said, I just fear, Carlos, people are throwing money into this. Like you said, hopefully it's disposable income. I worry that it's not. Same way that people buy lottery tickets, and let's face it, we do lottery tickets all the time. So, Vegas is legal. So we got all sorts of things that people can waste their money on. So I suppose this is no different. If people are determined to waste their money, there's innumerable ways, right?
The way I see it, they're going to find a way to do it anyway.
They're going to find a way.
This is not to do exactly with these companies, but they're going to find a way to use that money for what they want to use, right? If it's not here, it's going to 7-Eleven and buying a scratch off, right? So I don't think you're really stopping. You're just directing where you want the money to go. This state does not want the money going there. They'd rather have the money going locally to their locally gamble stuff, right? I don't know. But I just think it's just, where do you want the money to go? And they clearly don't want it going there for some reason. It's always follow the money. The money, they don't want that money going there. But trust me, that money that people are looking to spend on this is going to go somewhere else, whether it's the casinos or, you go there. What state is this? How far do they even have casinos? Do they have casinos in their state? Like they're against casinos?
They don't have casinos other
What kind of
than
communist
what they
thing
have.
is this? Well, this is communist.
Other than my understanding is that they don't. I'm not an expert on Minnesota here, but
Why?
they're a fairly conservative state. They don't allow gambling of most forms of gambling. They try and prevent it. Now,
Yeah.
tribal land casinos, they can't stop that. So that's 'cause
Okay.
that's federally protected.
So
but
that's
anyways.
yeah, I can see that.
Yeah.
Can you imagine? We always gotta look at all the sides of this thing. Can you imagine if I'm one of these casinos? You think I want my people going to this website and taking my money? No way. I'm lobbying. No. Make this illegal. Let that money come to my casino. So they'll find a way. It's just where do they want this money to go? I think it is. I think some people are just gamblers. They're going to gamble no matter what. Others are not. Like me and you, Peter, we're not gamblers. We don't understand the need to stand in a 7-Eleven cashier register. I can see this all the time. And people just standing there scratching off. They check it in. They made $2. They go buy another one. I'm like,
Yeah.
what, or whatever they made. It's just fascinating.
Wow.
But yeah.
It's
a thing.
interesting. Robowski is saying that my take of calling Minnesota conservative is unique. I don't know what would you call it.
I have no idea what Minnesota is. I don't know.
Restrictive? Is restrictive a better word? I don't know. Whatever you want. But they're not alone. Apparently, Candy is saying that they don't even have lottery in Utah. I didn't know that.
Yeah. Same thing with Jersey. Like Jersey, in our area, we are not allowed to have casinos. I think that's changing now more. Besides Atlantic City, in New Jersey, you had to go to PA, so everybody had to drive like an hour to PA to go to the casino. So you're just making people, and people.
I was always amazed.
And people would do it, Peter.
In the U.S., it surprised me like how these things worked. Like when I worked in the U.S., one of the places I worked was Raleigh, North Carolina, and in the county, I guess, where the tech offices were, the RTP, if anybody knows that area, Research Triangle Park. I assume it's still called that. But it was like a dry county. So if you wanted to drink, you had to go out of the county. And it was just a county. So you literally go across the county lines and then you could buy all the alcohol you want. But people lived in that county. You had to like pretend they weren't drinking because it was a dry. Anyways, it just all seemed weird to me, like how
people are gonna go do it anyways.
Restrictions.
Yeah,
they are. If they're
strange.
going to want to, they're going to do it. But anyways, it's all sorts of different rules.
Yeah,
People set their own. I mean, look, it's the same way that you have these HOAs that set these rules, and people are like, "You what?" Like some of these HOA rules are absolutely wonky, man. So, anyways, don't get me going on HOAs. So, all right, we're getting closer to this market open. Let's get back to stocks. Why don't we talk about what our mods are looking at? Do you want to go there, or what do you want to do next?
Yeah, let's go there. Let's go to what our mods are looking at.
Our mods in the Bear Bull Trading chat room. I see Brian's live, and Andrew should be joining them soon. They're getting their list together. I'll start with mine because I'm going to be watching a lot of the usuals. Nvidia, AMD, and Tesla are my top three. I'm also going to be watching Target, Apple, and Microsoft. So the only sort of unique one is Target for today. I'm going to keep an eye on that and see what it does. Poet is sort of on my list. I don't really expect to be trading it, so I haven't, I've got it here on one of my screens, but I'm not that serious about it. Mike is going to be watching Nvidia, and he was giving me heck yesterday. You guys might have heard about not listing his futures contracts. He actually trades the futures, so he trades the MES futures contracts, MES, whatever, something that ended in a 6 yesterday. Today, he hasn't listed it specifically. I don't understand it, so I never listed it. So let me just, for the record, if you're listening, Mike, you're trading futures, we get it. Okay, there you go. Brian is going to be trading Tesla, Microsoft, Nvidia, Kava, and then, of course, the market indices overall. And Kyle has got his list in. He's going to be looking at Poet, Intel, Micron, and Nvidia, but through NVDL, which is, as we've talked about before, one of those ETFs that lets you trade a little more affordably. So there you go. That's what he's taking a look at. That's what our moderators are watching. Andrew will be coming in with his list soon. You can see Carlos's list at the bottom of the screen. NVIDIA, Poet, Intel, maybe taking a look at Target and Micron. I'll keep an eye on Micron, but I don't think I'm going to trade it. Intel, maybe I could put Intel. I've got room here. So I don't have everything all filled up at the end. So, yeah, we'll see what we get. I just don't. I don't know. Maybe this MWC, Carlos. Remember we mentioned that right at the top of the show because it was the one that was gapping up. It's running here since we talked about it early this morning around 8. It's gone from $7 back up to 12. It's now up 168%. This, if you like low floats, it's an in play low float. Yeah.
I'm gonna add in the popcorn ticker here, man. This
Yeah.
is coming alive again. MWC
Yeah.
friends, up 163%, and this
Yeah.
thing's only at $12. It was high as 26, so it
Yeah.
has moved rather
Aggressively.
well.
Yeah.
And wait a minute, it's a recent IPO as well. Did I miss that? It is a recent IPO, Peter. I
It
did not know
is.
that.
Yeah.
Okay.
It is.
Oh, so this makes it even more interesting. All right, we'll definitely put it on the popcorn list there. All right, friends, just about 4 minutes to the market open as we get everything rocking and rolling. I'm going to get everything set here. We'll bring in Peter in our screens as we change everything up to get ready for our live trading. Yes. I see the comments. Awesome.
Life is just as an aside, everybody, since I overshared earlier, you may have noticed I changed shirts. I took the opportunity to run away and get a shirt, put some deodorant on. Things are much more fragrant over here, so it's much better. I feel better. I feel better already.
I think you might have missed an opportunity here to actually do this when you were in a trade. From experience, I've seen Andrew do this all the time, and when he comes back, his trade is like working.
Yeah.
Marvelously. So you missed an opportunity there, but maybe for next time.
Andrew's got a unique ability to walk away from a trade without even setting a stop and come back, and it'll be better than it was when he left. I swear to God, every time I walk away and come back, I'm either stopped out or it never goes well for me. So I don't no thanks. I just can't do it. Maybe, like you said, Carlos, maybe we're not doing the right things. Maybe I need to go and like he'll go and take a shower in the middle of a trade. We're like, what? Yeah. What are you doing, man? Really? Anyways.
Yes. All right, friends, we are good to go. One of the things I forgot to do was my levels, but I'm going to just quickly look at some of these. I have NVIDIA here. I have a very small list today. NVIDIA, POET, Intel. I'm going to probably add AMD. But levels are going to be quick here. Here's NVIDIA. We're going to do low of the pre-market, 222.67. That's all you need. And the high of the pre-market, slamming into yesterday's high. And then you're surrounded by the highs and lows of the last 2 trading days. I will do 227.81 there as well, the high from a couple of days ago. Once you do that, you're set. My other one is POET. POET, what a beautiful daily it has here. High of the pre-market is going to be 1523. We'll slam that there. The low of the pre-market slamming into the lows and highs from the last 2 trading days, so don't need to add much there. And aside from that, you're pretty set on levels. I don't see anything else that's being missed on here. 2 minutes to the market open, guys, so get your affairs in order. Plus, hit that thumbs up. Yeah, get your affairs in orders as the bell's ready to come in fast and steady. Hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. It does help us out a ton if you haven't had the opportunity to do so. Let's do that. And if we get 500 likes, we'll definitely do a giveaway for a funded account for everyone in our chat today. So make sure you do that. Intel's the last one on deck towards the bottom. Plenty of levels. Do not make this more congested than it needs to be. I think you're all set there. Towards the top, high of the pre-market is going to be 116.70, and then above that we do have an area. We have a couple here. We have 118.49, and then the big level 123.96 might actually be 124 right on. You see that big area of possible resistance. Okay, NVIDIA, POET, Intel, and we'll see what else comes up here that we can take a look at. All right, friends, we are set.
1 minute. Andrew's here. Just in the nick of time. He's joined the chat room. So as he likes to do, these are usually his best days, by the way, when he shows up like absolute last minute. And
yeah.
He's like the only person that can do it. So don't try this at home, kids. For whatever reason, it's an Andrew special.
Do not try this at home.
Yeah.
All right, friends. Let's get a trade today. No trade yesterday's got me itchy. Finger trigger happy.
Yeah, don't.
But I'm gonna watch for that.
Jumping into things. Yeah. Make sure it's a good one though.
Gonna be careful. Yeah. Opening market atlas. So we have that set. Here it is. 10 seconds, friends. And let's rock and roll. As the bell comes in. Here it is. Okay. NVIDIA off to the races. As it's dropping here.
Yeah.
TGT getting some movement, not so much. Watching AMD as well, guys. On our chat. Ralph, have a great train there as well over in chat. Very good. AMD. What else we have here? AMD going, Nvidia. Yeah, see these price actions at this start, they're just insane. Insane how fast things are moving. I'm gonna put Tesla here as well. So careful, guys. Wait for the setup. Quality A setups. We talked about this in our P Capital class yesterday. How important it is. Stick to quality, A quality setups. Right, category 1 stuff that looks really good.
There you go. There's Tesla to 410.
Nonsense.
Wow.
Intel. Okay, here we go. All right, waiting. Let's see. All right, guys. Here's Intel getting a little bit of resistance above that 118.49 level that we have there. They hit 119, and here's the 1 minute and what that looks like. Intel on our market atlas looks bullish, friends.
Yeah,
looks bullish. This is an Andrew 1 minute ORB breakout. I can see him taking this trade. In fact, let me pull up the chat. Did he take that? I won't be surprised.
On what?
On Intel.
On Intel, huh?
It's an Andrew 1 minute ORB trade. Oh, looks like my chat is frozen. Let me reset. All right, here we go. Intel doing some stuff. I think that's a great one. Looks long on Market Atlas. Again, this is not one of my strategies, but I know they can be very powerful. And this was working out very nice. Wow, that's working out nice. Let's see if we can get the momentum. 120. No, didn't get the pop.
Look what happens. So we see this all so often, right? When you get the opening bell and MWC, which was like just going gangbusters pre-market, the opening bell rings, and now it's like, now it's shy.
Yeah, right. Like, come on. Where's the meat?
Target. We're still waiting for the volume to hit, so hasn't started to move yet. So just be careful. Again, NYSE stock. I'm always cautious on these NYSE stocks. That
wow.
they
Intel.
Gotta wait.
Beautiful.
Intel, yeah. Excuse me. Oh, look at that move higher on Tesla. I was short biased on Tesla, and I'm glad I just waited to see. And sure enough, it was went the other way. So I was wrong on that setup. So I avoided disaster by just staying out.
Let's see.
Okay.
What we have. I knew it. Andrew refreshed the screen, and yes, he is long Intel. That is his style of trade. Taking some partials away towards that 120. I mean, that's just his. That's his trade. He's so good at that there. And let's see if it's going to hold above his entry. Looks like it's going to. Atlas looks bullish. Friends, you can get access to this by heading over to bearbertrades.com. You can see Andrew and Brian trade live. These guys are awesome. Here's Andrew's trade on Intel. Long parceling, and now he's going for the break. Adding, you see the live right now, adding to the trade as he's looking at the bullish momentum that Intel has right now. So let's see if we can break out. Bless you, bless you, Peter. Let's see if Andrew can get the pop going there. All right, for us here, though, nothing yet. Poet dropping. We're coming up on a 5-minute ORB. Let's see if there could be some play for us. See what we got.
Okay, I don't know why I'm so short bias on Tesla, but it doesn't look like a great candidate here. I still think it's going to low a day, but
which one? Tesla?
Tesla, but it's everything is telling me that's a wrong assumption. The price action, the level 2. Anyways, that's why I'm just sitting and watching. I don't know. But I'm watching
see what takes place.
Watching Nvidia come back up here. Let's see what it does when it gets to VWAP. Maybe there'll be a VWAP bounce opportunity. or sort of a rejection off of the underside of VWAP. We'll see what it does. What does the Nvidia Atlas tell me? Ooh, pretty balanced orders here on Nvidia. Oh, in fact, it looks
Market is
bullish.
dropping too. Careful on that. That could
Yeah.
have an effect.
Wow, Nvidia does look bullish. That makes it tough to take a short on it. Huh.
Ooh,
Wow,
market is
look
making
at
a
the
new low.
market
Very
drop.
good. Market is gonna mess some longs up here.
Market is really
Because,
dropping
yeah,
right now.
it's dropping hard right now, and it's gonna affect some possible plays. Intel dropping not to the
Yeah.
VWAP because of the market.
And Tesla seems to be resisting. Tesla's actually moving higher as this market is dropping. So that shows a little bit of bullishness short term. All right. Wow. Nvidia's got some weakness.
All right, what do we have? What do we have? Poet right now showing some weakness. Nvidia going towards the previous day close. Oh man, come on, the market is doing what it's doing.
Yeah, see, Nvidia unfortunately didn't get it close enough to the VWAP for me. I was looking for just one little push higher, but look at that. The short, I called the short. It's going back. It looks like it's going red now. Darn it. And I'm not in it. Could have been a little more aggressive maybe, but I said it didn't quite set up for me. Still early. Only 7 minutes in.
Wow, look at
Is
that.
Nvidia going to hold on to green?
1,300 viewers, guys. Thank you so much.
Yeah,
really
let's keep
appreciate you
going.
guys there. It's
Don't forget to
awesome.
hit the thumbs up. That helps a
Yeah.
lot. We appreciate it as well.
Do that there. Thank you guys for your support. Happy Wednesday, friends. And yeah, smash the thumbs up. Awesome. Appreciate you guys. All right, let's see, man. No trades for me. AMD is coming back up. That could still be a good 5-minute ORB. Look at that there.
MCW, first halt of the day, on the way up. So that's good news, relatively.
What do we got? AMD. AMD looks bullish, man. Even an Atlas. I'm looking at Atlas now. Looks very bullish. I think there might be a play here, but we need the market in our corner. The market is not in our corner right now.
No, it's a tough one.
It's trying. All right, I'm gonna be looking for a 5-minute RB on AMD, guys. Careful with the number of shares. You don't gotta take a boatload, because if we're risking $2 to try to get 4, you don't need to take 1,000 shares, right? You don't need to do that. See them,
Scotty.
If I look,
Scotty Hypnotist.
Yeah.
Scotty Hypnotist. I just see him posting in the chat room. I haven't seen him in there for a while. He's done some live shows for us. Pretty cool stuff. He is an actual hypnotist. Like, that's his profession.
Oh, that's Scott. Yes.
Do you remember him? He's been in Vancouver with us. I think he was in California maybe for one of our. Anyways, pretty cool.
Yeah.
Cool stuff. Anyway, he can guess. He can guess all sorts of things about you that you're like, what? How the hell did you do that?
He ChatGPT'd it. That's okay. Okay. I don't know. Let me not start any rumors. Let me not start no problems. He's not gonna get hypnotized to go short everything.
Where would that find like the name of your first girlfriend or something? Like, it's one of those
where
you're like, what?
Well, the way they do that is, companies that you signed up before, like maybe Yahoo, you use that as your safe word, and that data has been leaked, so now he has it.
And he has it just on everybody.
He has on everybody. That's right. He has very quick.
That's
quick.
An amazing memory then.
Quantum.
I'll give him credit for that.
Quantum people searching. I don't know. All right, friends. President talking to the press on the flight right now. All right, Mike.
You're just
let's know what he
skeptical
says.
about everything, aren't you, Carlos?
No, I'm not. I just like to make fun of everything. That's like making
I,
fun of
I
everything.
sent you proof about what is at the center of the earth, and you still won't accept the
Ah,
scientific
no,
report.
not happening. They don't know, Peter. It's okay.
They
It's okay
do.
not to know. And they don't.
They've done the science. You just
No,
don't
no, no.
believe in science.
It's a
You guy
thesis.
who's
It's a
electronically
thesis.
trading. It is a
It's a
thesis.
thesis. Yeah.
It is.
Thesis
Okay,
are not
guys.
fact.
I'm
It's an
watching.
idea.
I'm watching MCW. It should reopen in 2 seconds here. There you
Yep.
go. It's reopened again. Oh, it reopened a little bit lower. The imbalance was to the downside, but let's see if it can recover this. The top side halt
No,
is
no,
not
no,
that
no, no,
far,
no, no.
1430 right now. So let's see what
Yeah.
the MCW. This is our low float, and we were watching
Yeah.
just for fun. Oh wow, look at Tesla just shot higher.
Let's see here. No, don't short AMD yet, EBS, because I am long, so don't short it yet. Wait for me to get out. I am long AMD 5-minute ORB. Let's see if we can get the movement going. SPY's trying to move higher. That's gonna help us a lot if we can do it. Tesla taking off here as well.
Yeah, Tesla
Breaking up
took
nicely.
off. So
Yeah.
so good move higher in
So,
Tesla. It really looked like
let's
it was
see.
getting support at the
Yeah.
VWAP. So yeah, good play to $4 move higher there. So that's a
Mhm.
good little pop. I still have an overall short thesis on it, but it's longer term because I mean in the short term, yes, it definitely looks like up to 420. In fact, yeah, up to 420. I mean 420 is always sort of a magnet level, isn't it, for
Yeah,
Tesla?
for Tesla. Right here at VWAP, we'll have to stop out if AMD goes there. So we're trying to hold
Yeah,
above the
come on,
VWAP.
AMD.
Let's see if we can
Let's
get
do it
going.
for Carlos.
It looks bullish, but I think it's just following the overall market, which is could be good if the market does what we want it to here. Let's see. Let's see. Come on. Let's get up there. It is struggling a bit. Guys, just confirming. Internet is good. The stream is good. There's no lagginess on YouTube and X. Hopefully everything is good. I'm only asking because I'm getting like slow. Like my websites are loading very slow, and that's not usually the case for me. Rendering time is good. 15 milliseconds.
Andrew,
That's weird.
Andrew in the chat room is long Tesla. He's tried it a couple of times this morning. Now it's working well for him, of course. So the Andrew indicator is long Tesla.
All right, let's see here. Yeah, man, I'm really slow.
Your
Looks
system
to be,
is running slow?
Yeah, something's up because I could tell the websites are loading slow, and I'm looking at my numbers. My numbers on DAS are like 15 and 38. So that's
my
not
voice
good.
is real time here, and
Yeah.
well, that's what do you mean? That's like my normal numbers.
No, me it's not good for me because I'm usually at 8 or like 10. So that normally is not good. And I can tell the websites are loading very slow.
All right.
So look at that, 100. I never see 100. Yeah, something's up. All right. All right. Let's see. Let me start closing some stuff I don't need here, guys. Maybe that can help.
AMD, come on, AMD, do it for Carlos. I'll keep an eye on it for you, my friend.
Get the break going. All right, I'm gonna close the chat with Andrew. I'll come back if it gets better, but I'm gonna close that. Just gonna eliminate some bandwidth. Close that there. Yep. We'll close.
Turn off that external sharing. That saves a lot of bandwidth if you're.
Oh yes, I have it on. Let me turn that off. Okay, and all
right. Tesla levels on, yeah, BTH heaven.
All right.
If I look at Tesla, I don't know if Carlos you have Atlas, so you can put it on the screen. 415 definitely it seems to be the next big level above it. But the problem is it's I don't know. It's balanced depending where you look. Obviously, there's a bunch of orders at 420. 415 is a big level, but there's also a fair number of shares sitting down at 410, and especially lower at 405. 405 is a big level, and of course 400, the whole dollar number. So, it's like it's sort of evenly spaced. All the $5 increments, have prices. If I zoom in, that's where things get very, very balanced, right? We got all sorts of orders at every sort of 20-cent increment that looks like up and down the chain. So yeah, Tesla's I don't know what to think of Tesla right now. Like this VWAP, we'll have to see if it holds. It's not doing much.
It's very, very
It had a
balanced right
good
now. I see it.
It had a good move to 414, but it couldn't even make it to 415 where there was a big order sitting. So yeah. So there you go. MWC, which is our low float of the day, it pulled back to VWAP. So it managed to hold off being halted to the downside, but it definitely pulled back from that last halt. And now the limit up, limit down levels are, well, no, there's the limit up is $14 or $13.98. The limit down is 11.44. So it would just take a spike in either direction to halt this thing again. We'll see what it does. It's pretty it's MWC looks like it's taking a breather. It's not intent on going any direction. And here, see, look at Tesla. It bounced right off of the VWAP here. A $2 bounce right up to the 412. And I'm just going to watch it. Meanwhile, Nvidia, not surprisingly, Nvidia did a whole lot of stuff pre-market. But now that the market's open, it's hanging out here. It just crossed over the VWAP. Let's see if it can get any movement higher. What does the Atlas look like in Nvidia? It does look a little bullish, up to about 240. 240. There's a lot of orders all the way up. 230's got a whole lot. 235. I mean, as usual. But again, it's got to get through this VWAP to make it happen. Meanwhile, AMD is just being Carlos.
It's being tough, man. It's up and down, up and down. It came almost very close to our stop. Our stop is below VWAP from where we entered, not from where it is now. So we got a little bit of cushion, but came close. Our stop is right in this area here. So it's just below the VWAP when we entered, not this VWAP, right? So let's see if we can hold here and just continue to push higher. Atlas still looks bullish, but it is struggling. It really is struggling. So given what we're risking, we need more than that. We need above 435 to make this trade worth what we're doing here. But hey, if it's only going to give us 435, we'll take the small win. What can we do? We'll take what it gives us here.
Is that high of day? So it's one that's pushing right now. Trying to look at, not a lot else is really moving. A lot of chop going on this morning. So we're not getting the same type of moves we were seeing yesterday. And interestingly, the volume has not yet. It's never really come into target. It's at 9:31 we got some volume, but it's not anywhere near as active as I would like. So okay. I'm no trades for me yet. Nvidia is if it can hold above VWAP, I'd like to see an actual push through 222.50. Then maybe a little pullback here, and then it might be good for a long on Nvidia with Carlos's sort of VWAP break, because then it'll have sort of the
it does look good, man.
A little engulfing, VWAP. But it's I got to see a little more enthusiasm to the top side. I'm not feeling it at this point.
All right, let's see. And AMD, come on, let's break towards the top here. 436. Hey, here's where we struggle. We made a new high now, but we're struggling here to just really get the move. And I think it has it, man. Because if I look at Atlas, I mean, it's all top side right now. So I think we got the move here.
Bullish. Yeah.
I want to try to get at least 2 Rs if I can, but I'll take it if we have to here. Look at that rejection. The rejections suck on this thing. They're dropping like $2.
We've got similar rejection, a sector-wide rejection, because at the exact same time, Intel, AMD, Nvidia, and Microsoft all sort of push down. So, and that coincides with the market. So I'm, not a lot of independence, or arguably the market is following the semis, because we all know all eyes are on Nvidia today. Remember, earnings after the close, and without a lot of economic data today. We do have crude oil inventories at 10:30, and then the FOMC meeting minutes are just going to be released. There's no meeting today. It's just the minutes from the last meeting. which was Powell's last meeting, that are going to be released. But again, no surprises. But that's at 2 p.m. Sometimes, again, when the algos read the minutes, they will cause a market reaction very short term. So come on, let's go AMD. I see a level. R4 level at 436.96, Carlos. So if we can get to 437, that'll be good. But it seems it's struggling up here.
I'm staying in here because everything is telling me not yet, not yet. But these pullbacks suck. But look at Atlas. Atlas like, hey, we're good up to 437 and better. I mean, I'll be happy with 437 and higher, but it's struggling.
440 looks like it should be a decent target, but
exactly, this will run right through this, but it is having a tough time. And Nvidia going down is not helping us at all.
The market is pushing lower here.
Yeah, not helping us at all here. So let's see, friends. All right. You see Nvidia dropping here. It's not ideal. What I like about those, even with the drops, AMD still holding like above the VWAP. So that's a good sign. If things can turn around and start heading the other direction, that'll be a good sign.
Tough market this morning.
Yep. What do we have here?
Andrew was in Intel, Carlos. He just got out at break even here. It was so didn't get the move he was looking for on that. If you can survive this, there's a potential, but it's tough. It's tough. I was hoping every day that I hope for some nice big trade seems to be the day that the market moves sideways. So I've got to align my expectations with the actual market sentiment, it seems.
Yep.
Now, Carlos, I got an email this morning with my QR code for what's called the Ottawa Race Weekend. So the whole city gets taken over for the marathon this weekend. Our big city marathon happens. It's actually a globally rated event. So it's
nice.
So we got the big Ottawa Race Weekend happening. I'm running the half marathon, so I got my QR code to go collect my bib. And
yeah.
So I can go run
and go get that. It makes it real. Gives it a timeline.
And I am not in shape for this. I again did a run this morning, but I'm not feeling this race, I gotta say. So I'm gonna go out. I'm gonna go run it. I'll do my best, but I'm not feeling confident. So we'll see what happens. I'll let you guys know on Monday how it went. Well, Tuesday, I guess, because it's a holiday, market holiday Monday.
Yes, we're off Monday. Yep.
But I will, do my best. Feeling bad for Mike. Mike was supposed to come out and join me for this, but he hasn't been. His health has been up and down, so I don't think he's going to be able to make it. I'm not sure. We'll see. Thanks, Prim Digi.
AMD.
Thank you, Mike. Yeah. Oh, there you go. He's saying he can't travel. I look, and I figured that, Mike. Don't worry about it, man. Like I'm worried about you more than anything. I hate to see a friend who's in distress, and Mike Mike's such a great guy, man. And to know that he's just having some health issues, sucks. So.
Yep. Agreed.
Yeah. It is sold out, Mike. So you could probably sell it. You can sell it to somebody. Of course, at this point, you're not officially allowed to transfer it anymore. So they'd have to run with your name. But I'm sure if you go online, you could sell it to somebody who just wants to run. And I don't know anybody offhand. I'll ask at the pickleball courts today. We'll see if. Yeah, look at that pullback again, Carlos. Man, it is crazy. It's
funny. I was almost getting ready to stop down. I remember my stop is here, 428. So we got a little bit of room. We give this a lot of. This is why I'm waiting. Like I'm trying to get at least 1.5. Be patient. Market Atlas has changed completely though now. It looks
our low flow to the day. MWC got halted to the downside. So,
bueno.
so yeah, that's the second halt, and this time it's down quite a bit actually. Last time the halt was at 1350. This halt is
Yep.
just under 11 at 1092. So, and the imbalance right now is at 1050. So it looks like when it reopens, it'll reopen lower. That reopening should happen in about 2 seconds here. Okay, so we passed the no, that's a 4-minute mark. Sorry, 5-minute mark. 56. Another minute. My bad. I was doing the math wrong.
Yep. All right, friends, at the VL. Let's see. I'm hoping that we can get another bounce like this and continue, pushing these moving averages higher, and hopefully now we can get higher day breakout. But seems to be breaking down from the VWAP. Atlas not looking as heavy to the upside as it was. Still, I believe it looks more bullish than bearish. It does, even zooming out. But again, it's not as strong as it was when I first got in this, or even when we were in this area. It's not as strong as we were when we were up there. So let's see what takes place here on AMD as I am long. Stop loss 429-ish. Well, we'll get out of this thing if it doesn't go. Hoping that the VWAP can hold it here. Intel,
There we go.
choppy.
MWC just reopened.
Yep. Oh, yeah.
So if anybody's watching that, it reopened.
Let's see what it does.
Come on, AMD. Hold on here. Let's go for Carlos, man. Make a run.
Let's make it happen.
I want to see it higher.
It'll be a garbage ticker.
Look, I really wanted to trade Tesla below VWAP. I wanted to go short, but I guess again I've been short bias on it all morning. However, look at that pop up. Yeah, everything is moving a little choppy here.
Yes, so, a little choppy, man.
Not easy. Not easy trading.
But doesn't mean anything. Doesn't mean the day's over, guys, right? We saw what happened yesterday. Chop, and we had one of the greatest, best recoveries I've seen in a long time. And when I say long time, I'm talking day trading time. I'm talking about like 2 weeks. Because we see, you know what? You got to put things into perspective. They're like, what are you talking about, Carl? Like, no. Day trading time. 2 weeks.
Yeah, that's like, that is a long time in day trading,
Oh, time. Absolutely. But yeah, there it is. Let's see. Nvidia continues to hold here, so things are looking good. Again, Atlas. Here's the Atlas zoomed out a little bit for you guys. So you can see better what I'm looking at. Still to the upside. If we zoom in a little bit more, not as great as it looked earlier. No, I'm going the wrong way. This way. My system is acting. I could feel it. It's not as fluid as it normally is. I don't know why. But it's not as fluid as it normally is for some reason. There it is. But the connection to DAS is good. Still showing good connection to DAS. It's got better. All right, back to the VWAP again. Again, tries, fails. I don't like that we haven't been able to make new highs lately here. We continue to not be able to get above that, so that's not looking good for me there. No, I have my system canceling updates. I have it to not automatically do any updates at all. And actually, I run 2 PCs. The streaming PC is running smooth. It's like a 4090 on that thing. That thing's got power, 64 RAM. I mean, it's just overpowering that thing for the streaming. But this one here is running Windows. I think, what is it, 7? Not the current version, the version before that. And there's no more upgrades to that. There's no more updates. I said they're not doing any more updates on this one. And this one I cannot update it to the latest one because the software doesn't support the latest Windows, whatever that is. So I can't move this anymore. Maybe that's it. Maybe it's time to get this thing changed up. But we'll see. We'll see. As long as you guys got the stream going nice and smooth, that's all that matters right now. So that's good. Here's AMD. Yes, we want to see that. Let the buyers come in and push it higher. You can do it. There it is. You can do it. How about you guys? How are you guys doing today? Mike is long. MES chased the entry a little bit, but he's in it to win it.
It's futures. Always
there
the futures.
It is. Frank, what do we got? Finally, the Pac-Man download from the other day hacked the code. Yes, Frank, you're right. The Pac-Man download finally hacked the computer. I love you guys. What? How can you not trade with us? Like with us here, me, you, Peter, you guys. Like, how can you trade by yourself? That is the most boring thing I have ever. No, I don't know because I never done it, but it's got to be boring. I'm sure it is. I'm sure it's got to be absolutely boring not to trade with such a fun community. I mean, even when you're
Yeah.
losing, you can have some fun. Like if you had a bad day,
Yeah.
we'll cheer you up. You know, we'll do something
Yeah.
to cheer you up here. All right, come on, 436, 437. I promise I will take a partial. You know, just get us there, make it worth our while. We're trying to follow our rules. We're trying to be nice. We're trying to look at Atlas. Trying to do everything by the book. Let's see if it's going to pay off. Doesn't mean it needs to, but will be nice if it can pay off here. I got stopped 3 times out on Nvidia. Yeah, even AMD. I'm in it now, and I'm surviving because I got the stop here, and we really haven't gone down to our stop, and that's why it's taking me so long. I want to get at least 1.5 on this and take a partial there to make the trade worth the risk to reward. Then bring our stop to break even. Although I think if I bring my stop to break even on the way this is trading, I'm probably going to get stopped out after that first partial. Just if it continues to trade the way it is right now. Quick break here. Nvidia guys at the VWAP. Peter, I know you were looking at Nvidia at the VWAP now.
Yeah.
Might be doing something here. Let's see if it can
Might
actually
be.
stay above the
Yeah.
VWAP at the moment. What else we have? Thermal says, love trading with you guys. We love trading with you guys as well. Guys, I'm scared that this my first green month in a while. Should I stop trading till June? What do you guys think? No, man, don't sweat it. Don't stop. No, I can't tell you what to do because you got to do what you feel comfortable with, whatever your plan is. But I think if you put such, again, just my opinion, you don't have to follow this, sleep on it and never make a decision right away. Sleep on it for a couple of days and decide what you really want to do. You got the long weekend coming up. Maybe you decide on this weekend, right? But I think that if you're having a great month and you don't want to give it back, maybe slow down, but don't put such an emphasis that, I have a great month, I have to stop or I'm going to lose it, right? You don't want to have that mentality. You want to have the mentality that, hey, I'm disciplined enough that I can trade small and continue to add to my month, or if I lose, it's not going to destroy my month, right? Peter says it all the time. One day can destroy your month, but you're not going to make your day, your month in one day, right? So what that's highlighting is take it slow. Take it slow, and I don't know if you should stop trading, but I would think is don't make it such a big event that it has this thing where like, I can't trade because I'm going to lose it. I wouldn't do it that way. But again, don't make decisions now. Think of overnight. Get opinions from other people. See what they say. And there's no rush, man. The market's going to be here. Yes, Nvidia. Thank you, sir. Oh, come on.
Come
All
on.
right, I'll take. I got the worst
AMD.
feel. AMD. What did I say? Nvidia? Yeah, I meant
Yeah.
AMD. All right, we took a partial here. Not the best fill, but it was. I thought it was gonna get 437. That's okay. All right, and I took 20% here, guys. So a little bit more than what I normally take, cause I expect exactly this. Hopefully it doesn't, but I expect for it to drop. So I wanted to make it worth that. If we do our outer break even, we can at least buy McDonald's for the whole family. It's about $79-80 nowadays. So and forget if you get the apple pies. If you get the apple pies, and you're done. You're done. You better take out a loan. I'll tell you that. All right, let's see here. If we can get the continuation, let's make it happen. 438 would be lovely. Atlas is still somewhat, still bullish, man. Still bullish. AMD wants to move here. Nvidia did fail the VWAP breakout. You can see it there. It doesn't look clean. Let's see if we can go in. Alex Stubblefield 8421. Welcome to the Lambos and Garbage Truck family, my friend. Good to have you. So good to have you on deck. So welcome. 419 likes so far. 500 likes. Guesses on the funded account giveaway train, my friends. We'll do that, and we'll do it for everyone in on YouTube. So hit that thumbs up. We're just 81 likes away from that. We'd love to see you guys get that chance for that giveaway. All right, come on, we could do this. AMD is doing good right now. Nice uptrend. The VWAP saved us. VWAP here did its job, and let's see if it can continue to rally. Peter, nothing for you yet?
Nothing.
No
Nothing.
action. Okay.
I'm still watching Tesla. But yeah, it's just sort of moving sideways. AMD finally you got through that
Yeah, finally, man.
437 level.
Yeah.
And patience pays off. Good thing you waited until you took that partial. Oh, wait a second.
No, I took it when it hit the
I'm
four.
kidding.
Yeah, when it hit 437, I tried, but yeah, I took it and missed it. And look at now, and then it's so funny. So I'm like, let me take 20% off. I took more than usual in case it comes back down, and look what it does now. It's gonna go to 450. Like, come on, man.
I'm looking back here. There would have been an ad or maybe an entry even for me if I'd taken it when it tried just before 10 o'clock at tried the VWAP, because it was clearly holding that level well. And it shows, Carlos, you put your stop at a good level, because I mean that it was holding and moving higher. So, but yeah, Intel sort of did the same thing. Good move on Intel at the same time.
Yes,
Nvidia,
that was being mentioned in our chat as well. You guys,
suit.
Yeah, you guys brought up Intel. You guys mentioned I couldn't pull it to the side because I was watching AMD. But before we move off AMD, Peter, I was watching AMD tightly here because even though this could have been an ad, the way it was dropping, and you mentioned a couple of times, it was too crazy. Like, you get a drop like this here, you're gonna be stopped out immediately, even if it comes back up, right? So to get in long after a drop like this, that would have been tough. You guys were mentioning Intel, and while that was happening, I couldn't look over it because I got to watch it so tight here on AMD. And what's the other one you just mentioned, Peter? Before we went on, what's the other one you were mentioning?
Well, I mentioned Intel. What else was I talking about? MWC halted again to the downside. I don't know.
Oh yeah. Ooh.
It's losing altitude here.
Yeah, so, careful, friends.
Yeah. It's
careful on that one. So what normally happens, more often than not, that is what you see. Okay, here we go. 439. We got a level here coming up. This line is, what is this? The high from 2 days ago. The highs from 2 days ago. So we're going to go ahead and see if we can break through that. We're getting a rejection right on it right now. Atlas is getting a little more thin as we're moving higher, but it's still bullish. Here's the push. Come on, 438.90. There it is. Oh my goodness. What is going on? Yeah, my system is not. It's not right. Is it this laggy for you guys too on this price action? It felt like it's just, or is it fluid? I mean, okay.
Looks fine to me.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
It's fine to me.
I think it's me. I think it's just me, guys. Partial here, 439, friends. AMD delivering. And my Atlas is stopped too. Just think I might be using too much bandwidth here on this machine. And it's not Atlas. It's me. So. All good. We're making it happen, even with the lag issue. Sometimes computers need a little love, right? All it might need is for me to restart it, but I'm not gonna do that now. But sometimes that usually fixes things. Wife is working from home, so I don't know if she's downloading Grey's Anatomy's entire season. It was like, what, 18 seasons or something? It's just, they never go away, never stops. I don't know what she's doing in there. I'm about to call the baby. Stop hogging up the bandwidth. All right, here we are. AMD doing some stuff. Candy, yeah, right. Yeah, I'm not really gonna call her, my wife, and tell her to do anything. Could do whatever she wants. I'm not gonna tell her. Yeah, baby, you know what? That should remind me that I have her chair, and we don't need that.
I was just gonna ask.
Oh God, this is not.
I was just gonna ask. You know,
it hasn't come up yet. So I don't want to stir the pot. You know, in fact, when I go get a cup of coffee, I'm gonna try to make sure she's, somewhere else upstairs or something. Try to sneak in. Oh man. All right, let's see here. Can we get Can we get any further? We're looking good. Atlas is so, it just got so thin all of a sudden for AMD. We'll see. It's always hard to see a stock you get stopped out of 2 times go right the one time you don't trade it. Yeah, that sucks. It happens. It does. It happens quite a bit. Which one was that one? Gambit. Okay, here it is, friends. There it is. Partial, beautiful. Partial here, 441. It's just below 441. Didn't quite get it, but that's okay. And let's see if AMD can continue. It's going up, but you could tell it's definitely a battle. Like every new high is just a battle. And if you look at Atlas, is I don't know where the orders went. Like people just got tired. Who's calling me here? Give me 1 second, friends. Peter, 1 sec. I gotta take this.
All right. Oh, he had a call. Yeah, look, good move on AMD. I probably should have got in a little bit later, but that's unfortunate for me. No trades for me yet. Intel. Oh, look at Intel hit a high, and wow, look at that. Peaked. What is AMD going to do now? Let's see. What is AMD? We got some balance. Got some balance here on the. This sort of looks like a reversal spot here. I just don't like how balanced the level 2 is. So, gotta admire Carlos' patience on some of these things. He's able to hang in there and make it work. Oh, look at that. And Tesla did drop. Oh boy. MWC, our low float of the day, reopened again, moving lower. So it looks like it's heading to $9. Man, this thing is high flyer coming back to earth, isn't it? By the way, don't forget to hit the thumbs up and the like. Appreciate it. As you guys can tell, like we're not here to take a lot of trades with you. We're here to actively trade the open. And sometimes that means just waiting and sitting and waiting for your opportunity. And in this case, for us, right, that means I've got no trades today. Carlos had no trades yesterday. We're just waiting for our appropriate opportunity so that we can take the trades that make sense to us. And right now, I don't see anything that makes sense to me. Oh, look at Tesla is moving lower, though. I didn't trust it. I got to get a little more aggressive on this. And look how AMD is falling back here. Hopefully Carlos put a stop in if in case this thing ends up going back to his break even. Good thing you got a partial up there at 441. Oh, pop higher here. And wow, look at this pop on Tesla. Okay, interesting move higher here. News. Oh, what's the news? I got to keep up on the news here this morning. That would make sense why we're getting such a big pop here. Oh, Royal Caribbean. What's Royal Caribbean doing? Oh, why don't I have them on my list? Did anybody see what the news is? I don't see. It looks like this was news, but I don't see any news being reported as of yet. David, you're like a day late. Tomorrow, eh? Don't they start the next series tomorrow? They didn't get much of a break, did they? So back in action right away. You gotta lick those wounds. Hopefully they're resting. I think it's tomorrow, or is it today? When's the next game? Hold on. Let me call up my NHL app and I can tell you. It's tomorrow, eh? Yeah, okay. I thought so. But yeah, they really like they got basically a day off. No. No, they got 2 days off, I guess, right? Because they played Monday. And then yes, tomorrow. Tomorrow at 8, actually. 8 p.m. Another weird start time. Normally games start at 7 or 7:30. But it is 8. Oof. I mean, look at Carolina. They've had like, I don't know. Do you think it's going to be a benefit or a problem for Carolina to have had so much time to have rested? Oh, look at that move higher on AMD. Look, see, Carlos is pulling in Andrew. He steps away and his stock's going higher. Look at this go. Where is he? Carlos, can you hear me? 445 coming, man. You need to take a partial. Oh, it just didn't quite make it to 445. Let's see what the level 2, the Atlas shows me. AMD, yeah, 445 orders. There's a little more downside. There's a lot of orders building on the way down though right now. So
All right, Peter, we are back. Okay.
Carlos,
oh, wow. Yes,
I was worried.
I was looking on the phone. And I'm like, oh, this is good. But I'm gonna take a partial here. Awesome.
I was worried about you getting stopped out, and then it just turned and burned here, and now you're in another partial position. So
yes, this is nice. Carlos doesn't have it now. Doran 1922, thank you for the donation there. There it is. So I really appreciate you guys. I put a go. I'm always trying to throw Peter into something. That's just what I do. So if we get 20 donations, we will make Peter host a live Ask Me Anything on YouTube, right? So if we get 20 of these things, we'll make Peter do something, dance or whatever. Peter likes to do things. We'll make him do something. All right, friends. Let's see here. We're looking good. Took a partial there on AMD. Beautiful. And we appreciate that. We love this stuff, right? So we appreciate $6 donation, six Canadians. Is it Canadian? How do you guys call it? Is it Canadian or is it? What is your currency called, Peter?
in Canada?
Yeah.
Like just the Canadian dollar.
Canadian dollar. Okay. Yeah. So all right. So this $6 Canadian. Thank you for all you do. We appreciate it, Dorian. Thank you so much for the support. We'll hit that like on you for both of those. Thank you so much. All right. So AMD working out nicely here, guys. This trade is really working well now. And just look at that. So we'll see how it goes. Canadian pesos. Canadian dollar. All right. It's the rupees. My limit order on TSL was a penny away from being triggered. Now is gone. Also, you have a limit order to get into the trade. Oh, those are tough. Because yeah, you can miss it by like a penny, and yeah, that's hard. But hey, you've been in with us for a while here, so I know you've been trading for a while, and gotta stick with the plan. That's what matters. Gotta stick with the plan. Canada uses monopoly money. Nah, come on, Looney and Toonies, Looney Toonies. Love it. All right, here we go. Come on, AMD. Doing good. Wow, this is beautiful, man.
Yeah,
Great,
you
great
got a good
stuff.
trade on this.
Everything is going north. I like it. Like it. I like it. I
Except
like it.
for MWC, it's down below $9 now. It's
Oh
fun to
man,
watch, but
it's funny. Look at the drop on this one, and there's Peter. They're still up 75%. Like,
yeah.
oh wow, wow. And to think these guys, the high for this pre-market was like 26. I mean, just insane. Wow, Nvidia guys making a new high of the day there. We'll see how that does in a second. Very good, very good. Let's see what else we got here. All right, AMD. Oh man, guys, this is gonna be a great trade if it keeps going like this. I mean, already it's a great trade. Let me not be greedy. This is a very good trade. 445. Peter, did you getting anything while I was away? So my
No,
no, nothing yet. Okay.
no, no, I haven't. I might have
Yep.
maybe needed to be a little more aggressive on some of these reversals, but
Mm.
again, I'm still watching AMD. Now AMD is actually looking good for a potential reversal, but not yet.
Give
It
me
still
a
looks
heads up when
strong.
you're gonna do that. So.
Yeah, still looks strong.
Oh wow,
Well,
guys.
I'm
Let's
not ready yet.
we're gonna parse it here. Just a little bit, 10%. Um, and it's just to take some off. Wow, what a day! Nice. Market is
There you
treating us
go. And think of
well.
how, it's good to remember, guys. We were all here live with Carlos, and how
Yeah.
tentative it was, right? Early on. And he had to
Yes.
hold. He had to hold. He had to stick to his rules, right? I
Yeah.
mean, the
It's very tough here.
first what, 10 minutes, 15 minutes of this trade was
Felt like
really,
an
really
hour.
rough. It felt like an hour, yeah. So, yeah, 20
Yeah.
minutes. Really, the
Yeah.
first
20
20
minutes.
minutes of this
Yeah.
trade, he had to have a lot of conviction in his trade strategy, and sticking to it was not easy. So it's
Yeah.
all
Yeah.
fun and games now, and it feels awesome, but sticking to it for that 20 minutes was a really tough thing to do. So just like earlier when we had one of our members that said, look, I'm not in an emotional state to trade today, and took themselves out of the game, for Carlos to stay in the game and say, look, I took this trade, here's the premise on which I took it, it hasn't done what I wanted to, but it hasn't done anything wrong yet. That's
Yeah.
a lot harder to do than a lot of people give credit to. So yeah, I think credit,
Oh,
Carlos.
thank you, boss.
You deserve credit
Appreciate
for that.
that. Yeah.
And it's a good lesson for everybody, right? Like, sometimes it's great when they move immediately, but that doesn't always
Yeah.
happen.
Yeah.
You
You don't
don't
always
always
get that
get that.
safety buffer, that nice
Yeah,
buffer right
exactly.
away. Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, so my wife called me. When my wife calls me during this time, I know there's
Right.
something serious because she
Important.
knows I'm live.
Something important.
And yeah, something important. Yeah, important. So she was driving. I forgot she has something to go to this morning. And as she was driving, the person in front of them was not moving. So she honked, a nice honk, not the bam, no, the nice beep honk. And he, without his reverse lights being on, he went to move and he went towards her. He went backwards. So something's wrong with his vehicle. And if he stopped right in front of her. So obviously that shook her up because she thought she was going to get hit. She backed up again. And when he tried it again, it still went back. So nothing happened. She didn't get hit by the car in front. But clearly the guy in the front, older person, was having a tough time. So I asked her, did you see the reverse lights on? She's like, no, the reverse lights were on. And they were trying to tell me something's wrong with the car. I'm like, oh, that's very serious. If you hit the accelerator and your car goes the other way,
Yeah, and you
that's
go
a
the
big
wrong
problem.
way.
That's a
Yeah,
big problem.
that is a problem.
Yeah, so all good. Everything is great. When I saw the thing, I'm like, oh, shoot. She catch me. Because the timing was perfect. And we just finished talking about the chair like a minute ago. I'm like, is she watching the stream? Does she remember the chair? But it was not that. It was something else. But all is good. All is good. All right, friends. So AMD here getting a little bit toppy, as it should. I mean, this is a really good run already. We took some off here. I might take some more off again if we lose the 20. Let's see if the 20 is going to do its job. If it's not, we'll take some off. I won't be all out because there is an opportunity for this to come back and hopefully retest 445. and head higher, or at least give us an opportunity to take some more off if it's going to do like a double top mountain pass and start heading the other way. All right, we got some orders here from John. Let's take a look at that, see what our moderators and team members have done today. Looking forward to it because I know that today has been a very, very interesting day. All right, we'll start with the boss himself, Andrew. So here's Andrew straight on Intel. Got the first one. I knew it, right? 1 minute ORB. It's just that's his trade there. Partial added here. I guess he tried to add back in here, or got stopped out, so out there. And then here, friends, he added back, got back in the trade, added, got partial, and then stopped out at break even, right? So the next one here, VWAP breakout. This is exactly what we talk about, right? Andrew gets in right at the VWAP, okay? Right, so he's going to have a better entry than I would if I was to wait for the VWAP breakout, retest, and then go. In this case, I would not be in this trade, right? Because look at that. This doesn't really come back and retest. So he's going to have a great entry, and when things run like this, it's going to, that cushion right away. So partial, added some more. Oh, man, this is beautiful. Partial on the move higher on Intel. So there's Andrew's trade. Gave him a little bit of a hard time on the second trade here. A little bit of a tough time, but no problem. He came back, stopped out, got some more off, and then got the big winner here. This is the one right there. This one and the first one. These two trades are going to cover whatever he lost on these for sure, and then some. Those are big time trades. All right, here's Jeremiah's. Jeremiah, he is on Intel. Also, wow, he got an early pre-market, so long pre-market. Yeah, and that was an amazing trade, man. Amazing trade. And I really like, now he's on here, I really like this one. I like it's funny because before I was logged into the chat room, I'm like, Andrew and Peter, I mentioned it here, Andrew's going to take this trade for a 1 minute ORB because it's just the way they was setting up. We know how he trades, and I pulled up to the chat, and there he is. He was already in, and there's the move. Beautiful. So yeah, Jeremiah's in long here, long pre-market. Added partial, added some more, didn't work out, so he's out. But I'm sure this is a very good trade, very good profitable trade, because look at the entry here very early on in the pre-market. So good job, my friend. Tom H, 2.6 R's as we're watching Nvidia go higher. 2.6 R, guys. So Tom, one of our members in the community. What's the ticker here? Marvel. Okay, yeah. Look at that. Got in, added, partial, waited for the retest, the pullback, and the confirmation higher, added some more, partialing into strength. That's the way to do it. And he says, hey, we had enough. This is good. We're out of the trade here, probably out of break even. So good job, man. Good job. All right, continue here. Intel, another Intel trade. Andrew K. So he got in long here for the breakout. Partial, added, and then oh wow, this is interesting. All out up here. So it's not partial, not just completely out. So usually, I mean, he timed it perfectly. It timed it perfectly.
Wow, yeah.
I mean, wow, that's pretty impressive. That's pretty good. I wonder if
that's a chance exit or if there's a strategy. I mean, 122.
Yeah, I'm thinking the same thing too. Is that like a pivot point or 3 Rs? Like, what is that? So
could have been
very
targeting
nice.
the 122 and just you front run that maybe.
Yeah,
looks perfect though. Yeah.
All right, Andrew K. there, one of our members of our community, and there it is, friends. Those are all the trades for today. Again, here's our chat room. You can always head there and see what's taking place. So join us there. Head over to babytraders.com. You can see traders like this one, like Andrew trading live, like Brian and the rest of our moderators on here taking trades. So definitely check it out. But good stuff from the moderators and from our members. And here it is. There we have Andrew doing his thing. We have Brian, everybody in the chat as the market. So this is what made the market move the way it did. So this was this push here that we got, right?
Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, the market definitely. I guess I'm trying to figure out what the news was.
What was it? Yeah,
there had to be like a news or something behind it, but I didn't. I didn't see anything come out. So
yeah,
I mean.
Yeah.
Next stage of negotiations here with Iran are supposed to be happening. So
yeah,
but I don't know.
The veto 75.23. Who is pushing the markets? I don't know, man. I don't need to know who's pushing it. I'm just glad I'm long while they're pushing it. So
Yeah.
here we are on AMD. Let's see if we can get another break here. High is 445.98.
Okay.
And we'll take
Right
some
at
more off. Yeah.
right before that announcement, there was a post on X that said the Pakistani army chief. Let's see, if does not head to Iran, the achievement of the final agreement form may be announced within hours. So they're saying that there may be an agreement with Iran to stop hostilities. So
That's always good.
unsubstantiated. There's a bunch of conditions on that if this happens. Anyways. You know, this morning we were talking AI, how AI drives this market, Carlos, and I was
Yeah.
it just happened that I got an email this morning from ChatGPT, and this ChatGPT email said, "Shop with us, faster way to shop. Instead of scrolling through pages of results, simply describe what you want. Chat with us." So ChatGPT is now getting into the shopping game. I assume they get paid as maybe, you know, just a finder's fee maybe from retailers. Don't know how it would work, but it's they'll compare products on different sites. They'll upload to similar products. I mean, they're you know, definitely getting into the commercial market more and more, aren't they?
Yeah, they sure are.
So
I'm gonna take a partial here, friends, on AMD. As we get a little bit toppy, and yeah, let's take a partial just in case. Good morning, sir. How are you today?
Not doing too bad.
you don't sound too certain of that.
I feel like
That's because I'm not very happy.
Oh,
okay. Who
How
pissed
come?
you off? Your neighbors? That's what got Eamon pissed off this morning. His
Yeah,
neighbors.
that's right.
That's true. No, Benzinga got me pissed off today. They failed miserably on
Really?
announcing the Iran stuff. So I got
Oh.
caught in a trade. It just took too long to announce it. I got caught short in that big spike.
They fumbled.
But other than that, not too bad. So yeah, they fumbled because it got the pop, right? And I'm like, okay, what's the news? Like a pop this big, Benzinga should be out, right?
Oh yeah, quickly.
And their big announcement right off the bat was shares of the SPY or the SPX or whatever they say popping by $2. Well, congratulations. We know that. Could you tell me why? And then I held, and then it just popped again. I was like, because you know how sometimes you get those like those fake pops, right? Where stuff will pop and there's nothing really there, and
down.
then it. So, and with how the market was so up and down in the morning, I was like, okay, I'll hold this. I'll hold this till I hear the news, right? And I'm listening tentatively for the news, and then it spiked, made a new high, and I was like, okay, I'm out of this thing. So whatever. Like I'm not playing this game.
Yeah.
So yeah, so that one kind of upset me today, but hey, life goes on. That's why we do what we do. So, but that's what pissed me off today. So that's my only frustration. So,
that's you guys,
but
man. Yeah.
Other than that, it was good. I had a good short trade on the MES in the pre-market, and then got two losers back to back on it through that weird choppiness, and now I'm in on a 30-minute opening range breakout. So we'll and our typical Benzinga guy went on break, so now I cannot be mad anymore. Yeah, Charlie went on break because it's the other guy.
Good old Charlie.
So now I'm happy that the other guy's there. That's just me. The other guy. So life goes on. Little rough day today, but hey, we'll get through it. So
Carlos, I'm actively looking for a short here in AMD. The time is not right yet, but we're getting closer.
It's coming.
The Atlas is starting to weaken. I'm seeing more. Look at the orders to the downside are building. It's looking like it's a tough one because it could have already topped. I can't tell. I'm hoping for another retest. If we can get back to just a 446 retest, that would be perfect for me. Retest and fail, then I'd definitely be going short. But for now, I just gotta watch. And if it goes without me, then so be it. But
yeah, I'm glad I took this partial here because you kind of see it like coming up here. You see the rejection happening, and again, it did get above the previous high, so that kind of takes the mountain pass out of play. But yeah, I'm with you, man. It does look toppy. I think any minute now this could be the end of it for now. At least it might want to come back down to the VWAP, and I don't want to drive this train back down to the VWAP. That's for sure. So I might be taking a partial. I'll do this below this 442.90, which is the last drop. I'll show you guys here quickly. Below this, I'll take a partial. That's what I'm going to do. That 20 moving average, we get below that, I'll take another partial. Won't get completely out, but I'll take another 20% to start winding down whatever I have left, which is not much by now. We partialed out quite a bit already. But let's see if we can hold this 20 moving average. What else we got? I use ChatGPT to price match. Oh
yeah, I think I've used some AI tools to do that as well, but not the actual shopping. I noticed they are getting smarter with everything. Like you notice when they play ads now, like if you watch any of the streaming services, especially even on smart TVs, where if you see an ad for something, there'll always be a button now where you can say buy it right now, right? No matter what the product is. So they're doing that on all of the, like Prime that gives you the ads and stuff, and they'll let you buy it. So it makes sense. You're right there.
I
don't know what their click-through is, but
I gotta say, man, credit card, debit cards has been probably one of the most greatest inventions that the bank has ever come up with. I mean, it's just, and I think that if people were to pay cash, like if they literally had to carry cash to pay for things, they'll be better spenders. Myself included. I mean, I went the day. What was it? I was buying just watching AMD here. I'm just gonna get all out, guys. I think AMD's done. I'm all out on AMD. I don't like this aggressiveness towards the bottom. I'm all out. It's a great move. I'm happy with what we got here. So here it is. Couple of partials. Took a bit to get there, 20 minutes or so to actually get the move. But I like where I'm at right now. I think it's not worth holding whatever else I have left to do this back and forth. So out of that one. But yeah, Peter, I went to 7-Eleven because usually I go to 7-Eleven to buy milk. I don't buy like 2 gallons of milk for the kids because then the second one, by the time we get to it, goes bad. So we do our big shopping at the grocery stores, and then 7-Eleven, I go get a quick run of the milk, whatever. And I got a milk, and I'm like, oh, you know what? Let me get a water of seltzer, and I'm gonna get. I like the chocolate bars from Mr. Beast. They're really good. Like if you try them, I actually really like. They're awesome.
The Mr. Beast chocolate is surprisingly good.
Oh my goodness!
It's
Hershey's.
Very good.
Move out the way. Move out the way, Hershey's. Like this bar is good. So I got one of those bars. Oh, it's so good. Like Hershey's, I can't buy Hershey's anymore. The Mr. Beast bar is amazing. Anyways, I buy that and I get a gallon of milk and a seltzer water. And as the guy tells me the price, I'm pulling out the dogs. I had bills. I'm like, you know what? If I had this bar is actually like $4 something. Like when you have to actually take out the cash and count, and the bar is like $4, and this drink is like $2.50, and you're like, you know what? This is actually quite expensive. When I just tap, I'm not even thinking about it. So I think the credit card invention, the debit cards, man, they have really, really gotten people to spend very easily. And now, like you mentioned, these tap now and buy now. Oh my goodness. Oh yeah, we'll take your money quickly and easily. The less resistance, the better. It's incredible.
Did you see that image I sent you in the pre-market YouTube?
Yes,
I got
let's
this
talk
from
about
my
that.
broker.
Yeah. Let me bring it up.
I
Hold
got
on
this
from,
here. Well, not IBKR. So when I trade options, I actually use this broker, whatever it is, Tradier, because you get free commissions on all the options trades. So I just execute from them. But right there, if you notice, right, they say, hey, PDT rule goes into effect June 4th. Your restrictions will be lifted. However, look at that bottom part I highlighted where it says all accounts that are on a 1-to-4 margin will have that removed. What does that mean? Does that mean that we go back to 1-to-1? Does it mean we have a new type of margin that's going to be out there? So I'm interested. I mean, if they're doing it, I'm sure our other brokers are going to do it as well.
Wow, yeah. What does that mean?
So what type of margin am I getting on my account?
Yeah. See, and that was the question that was not even clear on the actual document. We're talking about this data. They were not clear on what the margins were that you were going to get. If you had, let's say, a $5,000 account, clearly well above the $2,000 requirement, $5,000 account, how much margin I'm going to get? They kind of left that open, you know, to interpretation or to what the broker's risk tolerance is going to be. Maybe this broker's doing that. Maybe another broker wants to do something else, right? So that kind of was left open there.
Yeah.
Chris says 1-to-1 margin will be brutal.
I wonder if it's going to be some type of. I wonder if it's going to be some type of like volatility margin that they go with.
Yes.
You know?
There's sometimes some tickers you can't trade. You know, like for example, when there's some tickers that will have like you can only use X amount of buying power. Usually low flow stock that don't have shares for sure. Like usually very, very high risky stuff. You can't use you know, a certain amount of percentage of your buying power. So maybe they're gonna do something like that. I don't know, but we'll see, guys. We'll see. Again, I highly believe you should still do a funded account before you run open one of these accounts. Just because you have $5,000, you know, out of that $5,000, take $399. Get the discount if you can of $299. Open a funded account. See if you're ready. And if you make money there, guess what? Then now you can add more to your $5,000 to trade, right? So I think that's the way to go first, where people start running and opening up these accounts. And it's gonna happen no matter what. You're not gonna stop it. But I just hope you, if you're listening, that you take the right steps to not blow up $5,000. You know, $5,000 is $5,000. A lot that you could buy with that. You know, it's a lot of Mr. Beast bars and milk that you can pick up at 7-Eleven. So we don't want you guys exploring that.
That $5,000 can go very, very quickly if you are not careful.
With it.
So just because there's not a PDT rule doesn't mean that you still don't have to learn the basic skills of trading, right? Like you got to know risk management. And I think it's even risk management's going to be even more important, because on a $5,000 account, if you're risking $100 a trade, think of the percentage that you're risking on that trade, right? Compared to somebody that has a $25,000 account that's risking $100 on a trade. But we think of the $100, if you're not familiar with making with risk management, you're thinking that $100, that's what everybody does, just $100 a trade. That sounds normal. Let's go with it. Well, that $100 is going to have a bigger impact on your equity account, and it's going to have even a huger impact on your psychology as you go. You're going to get more frustrated losing $100 when you only have $5,000 versus losing $100 when you have $25,000, right? Like big difference.
Interactive Brokers has not said anything on this yet. I haven't gotten any emails. All of my friends, they're using all kinds of brokers. They're getting emails already about the June 4th announcement, and that they'll be ready to go for June 4th. Clearly, they're trying to make sure their you know, members don't go anywhere else searching for this, so they're getting ahead of it. But Interactive Brokers has not sent anything out on this yet. Curious to see how they're going to address that.
Haven't.
Peter, you watching AMD?
I am.
I like it. Are you in?
It's not. Yeah,
okay.
It's been tough up here to know exactly what it's going to do. And it went up to 445 just 2.5 minutes ago.
Right.
It looked like it wanted to go higher, and then it just sort of reversed here. So I'm still, I mean, it does look now weaker, but the market is not looking weaker. So I'm worried that it's going to get pulled.
Still going to come
pulled up.
Recess.
So I'm happy to sit and wait. I can be patient.
Here's my analysis. Somebody thought they had a good pullback area that they could buy on the market, and then they bought a lot of shares and said, okay, let's talk about Iran and a peace agreement. Let's put some stuff out there, and boom, this market goes crazy. And you know what? We're gonna do this on the day that Nvidia is trading earnings too,
Sure.
so that we really get people going
Compound.
on this.
Let's really mess with them.
Let's
Oh,
really mess with them. So
yes.
because that short trade I was in was a perfect setup for me. Exactly what my plan said. And then the news screwed it all up. That's all right though.
Yes. All
This
right, let's
long
see.
Slong isn't looking bad either. Like the market is definitely still strong on this stuff.
Yep.
So and the market is definitely strong.
IB is also blocking some low flow tickets that are not embracing this change. Okay, I could see that. Yeah, I don't think the people on IB are having account PDT issues, right? I think if you're with IB, you probably are and again, you never know, but you probably don't have a PDT rule issue, but we'll see. We'll see. What you don't want is if they do have a lot of members, a lot of traders that are below the PDT, like with $15,000 accounts, $20,000 accounts, then they got to be careful because they could lose those people, right? If they don't get on board. That's what happened with Robinhood. Robinhood was, and the Interactive Brokers came out and said it. Thinkorswim came out and said it. All these guys came out and said it. Robinhood was taking a lot of their clients. I mean, I remember for TD Ameritrade paying $4.99 per trade prior to trading with Bearwood Traders. This was back 2017. It was like $4.99 per trade, right? And you could have called and say, "Hey, listen, I'm actively trading. Could you make it $2.99?" They'll work with you, but it was $4.99 per transaction. So, and Robinhood was already zero, right? So a lot of people went to Robinhood for that, and they had to adjust. So you got to adjust. Competition is good. At the end of the day, this is good for us consumers, right? Us consumers of the product. This is good. We need competition so they can keep, hopefully, making things better and better and better. So it's good.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm just looking at yeah.
IBKR is going to have to follow just like all the big brokers. They're going to try to assert their power, but all the smaller brokers are going to force them. Like they're going to have to conform to it. Otherwise, they're going to lose the retail clients, which they don't want to. I assume they don't want to,
Well, transactions are transaction, transactions. So all that's
brokers
up.
are there. Brokers are there for commissions and fees. They're not there for whether goes up or down. They just want the commissions and the transactions. So who do they get that from, right?
Yeah.
That's what they're looking for. Who do I get this from?
Yeah.
So
here's just give me a sec here, Carlos.
Sure.
I've got a chart here for us.
Oh, you got a shirt
on your screen when you're ready?
Yeah.
I remember this shirt here from Peter. Peter's got a Spartan shirt. There was an epic event where Peter wore this shirt. I remember this.
Oh yeah.
Let me see if I can find it. Yeah, I remember this event.
I don't know if it's a little fuzzy here, but just sharing you guys just to set Nvidia earnings. Here's a good chart that might give you what to expect here as we get Nvidia earnings. So this is what the stock has done the next day versus the earnings. So you can see the last 3 quarters in a row, despite earnings surprises, we've got down the market. The stock has moved down, and we've got 5 of the last 7, if you want to use that, where it has retraced in price. So You know, it's tough. It's tough. It's getting increasingly difficult, as we've been saying, for Nvidia to surprise the market because the expectations are so high, as Eamon showed us in his chart, right? $44 billion worth of revenue this same quarter last year. Now the expectation is $78.5 billion. I mean, and they say they're on target, but just think of how big of a growth that is. That is more sales than some companies have seen in their entire existence. and they're looking to do that in a single quarter. So it's pretty amazing. Anyways, but I honestly think that Tesla stock, Nvidia stock here is going to struggle. We're probably going to get a pop right before earnings, right after earnings are announced. Who knows? Even after hours, we might get a pop higher. But tomorrow's trade, it's going to be hard. I can't say it. I'm not saying it's not possible, but it's going to be really, really tough for Nvidia, I think, to move higher after earnings. So we'll see what happens.
I agree with you.
But if we're betting on the odds right here, based on history, is telling us the Nvidia stock is much more likely to go down than go up the day after earnings. Remember that this is the day after earnings. This is not at the earnings release, because those are very different, very different scenarios. So
yes,
but just food for thought here.
Do we know what the expected move is, Mike? Do we have that?
I looked at it today.
I know
it's like 32.
Yeah.
Let me see on NVIDIA. Let me pull up the chart real quick for you all, because I marked it. So let me go to the 30. I mean, it is pretty big. Let's see. So 235-ish, this is the upper move. So, and that was off at 222. So you're looking at about $33 expected move, plus or minus. And as we get close, so those double dash blue lines you see, those are the expected moves. And the upper expected move actually aligns just below the all-time high for NVIDIA. So this could very well be a potential if they do get way out there, right, and blow these analysts away. It's very possible that we can go back up there, especially with kind of how the market's going today too, right? Like there's some positive news behind the market as well. So that's there. And then did you all cover it today? Did you all
which one?
Did y'all hear that they're potentially SpaceX IPO June 12th?
Yeah. They were talking about this morning.
To target.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't hear that. No.
Yeah.
Yep. June 12th is the expected date for that. So I was off by 16 days supposedly right now.
So we got Did you place your bet? Did you go to Kalshi and place your bet? No.
No, because I don't ever want to get sucked into that. I'm betting on everything.
Good for you.
I'm bad enough with sports betting, so.
No, good for you.
That is my vice, right? I like when I watch sports games that are not my team. I like to just pick a side and say, "All right, this is the team I'm rooting for because hopefully you'll make me money."
Right there you go. So I'm happy so far to have stayed out of AMD. As you can see, it's just moving sideways here. So not setting up for a bearish reversal. Nothing is that I'm seeing. So yeah, so far no trades for me. Maybe we'll get one a little bit later this morning or early this afternoon. I'm going to stay patient. In non-trading related news, just quickly for everybody, if it's your birthday, happy birthday today. But apparently there is a 0.273% chance that anybody listening right now has a birthday. So, or that any individual's birthday is today. And I love some of these charts that I get. My cousin, if you don't know him, Brent Donnelly, who runs a company, a trading firm called Spectra Markets. He produces a newsletter, which is an awesome newsletter, by the way. Well, we're signing up for. Go to spectramarkets.com. Anyways, I'm not here to advertise for him, but very informative. He's a currency trader, though, but he always has like random facts. So here's his random fact for the day that you can see basically you can see New Year's Day, July 4th, and Christmas in the U.S. is the least popular birthday days, right? There's
yeah.
basically a very low chance that somebody has a birthday on those days. But interesting, look at how all the highest probability, the most number of birthdays is clustered from June through September.
Winter.
Which, if you work backwards, means
That's
that
winter.
well, you know when people are getting busy, September
right.
through December, right?
Netflix and chill, baby. You're stuck at
That
home in
is
that
US.
cold weather.
Yeah, September through December, baby.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
when everybody's getting busy in the U.S. because all the
Yeah.
births are happening June through September. It looks like so.
Now, and we need to see this for COVID. Should have leveled this out a little bit. We got to see it for
Yeah.
the COVID after the COVID breakout. This should have leveled out a little bit more because everybody was stuck at
Yeah.
home, right? But yeah, hey, both my daughters are born in August, so
Oh, there you go.
hey, you already know what's
There you
happening.
go. There you go. November, cold months there, November. So
It's funny. My oldest daughter is August 23rd, and my youngest, my smallest, is August 24th. So you know,
Okay.
it's
There you
winter,
go.
man.
That's
where it happens.
It's winter. That's You got to snuggle, stay warm. Anyways, there you go. So it's interesting when you get these drops, though, right? Obviously, July the 4th being the notable exception. They do note this includes scheduled births and C-sections, which of course they will never schedule on a holiday because even the doctors want the day off. So that skews the numbers. It's not all natural births, and there's a significant percentage of the population that has C-sections just for safety's sake. So yeah, but that skews your numbers. But still, that means that the natural date was somewhere around that time. You can see the long weekend in August. You got a little bit of a dip there too. So, anyways, just
Look at that. You can see it in
interesting
chat.
data.
In chat, Eric, it's a lot of people August birthdays. Patron, his daughter, August
There you
24th.
go.
Wife's August
August.
23rd. Yeah,
There you
Mike,
go.
you're August. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah,
My daughter's
wife-
June and my son is September.
Huh?
There-
My wife
there it
is July. My daughter's in June. So
It fit right
you
into
go.
the mold.
Yeah,
I would
it
now,
happens.
so now you guys diving into a dark hole here. I would love to see this for another country that doesn't have our extreme seasons as we do here.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to see if you did somewhere in the southern hemisphere whether that flips around,
Yeah.
right, and it goes the other way. So, anyways,
Interesting.
we'll just again, random interesting fact for you today there.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. There it is, Peter.
I'm
Last
doing
time you well, not last time you wore the shirt, but the last memorable time you wore this shirt here.
The Spartan one.
Oh,
Okay.
down right there. We actually had an event that you probably don't want to remember, but I'm going to remind you anyways. I think it's important. You did this, and I think you regretted the crap out of it. But you did do this.
Oh, the
That's what
Twinkie.
you're remembering. Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
And that was probably
Yeah.
the first and last time.
Today- Yeah. Today, I hopefully will be a better day than that one because that Twinkie was. I don't understand. People like them, I guess, but
I'm
Yeah.
not lie. When I was younger, I did like them.
as Nathan Stevens says, still digesting. Yeah, it's probably sitting in the corner of my stomach somewhere.
Trying to find its
there.
way.
That might explain why I've put on weight. It's just it won't go away. This damn Twinkie. One Twinkie just sitting there.
Oh man.
It's probably.
When I was young, I
probably
liked
the
them. I used to
Twinkie.
like them. Yeah.
It's sitting intact somewhere in my stomach, right? All the pieces of it, and it's actually sucked up all of the grease that I've eaten over the last little while, and it's just inflating.
It's in there building muscles and
Yeah.
mutating to whatever.
Oh man. Oh, that's funny. Carlos. It's funny that you remembered that shirt, Carlos, from that video. That's,
Yeah, I saw that. I'm like, wait a minute, I remember this, and it
Wow,
came to mind
okay.
for some reason. And I don't know how you got here, but when I go to my Telegram, and I'll show you guys right over here. When I go to my Telegram and I click on the emojis, you got these things. They're fun. Stay
Yeah.
strong. Peter comes up. Peter's here.
every time.
Oh,
Wow. How-
He's in the emojis. I don't know, man. You made the web somehow. Your
Huh?
gift
oh my
famous.
God. I want to be a meme. Make me a
You're a
meme.
meme.
People.
You got all these
oh,
memes
you
here,
kidding
man.
me?
I want
And
to be a meme.
he
man.
comes up.
How
I
does that happen?
I don't know how that happened, man. But you're here.
What do you have to
Yeah.
type for that to come up? What's
I don't know. I don't get it.
I want.
I didn't add it.
Memeify
So-
me.
Memify the Twinkie.
Peter
See?
is memeified.
Usually, this is stuff I usually use on people, and you know when they say something. But yeah, click on there.
I don't know.
There's Peter.
That's cool.
There you have it.
Well,
Good times, good times.
I want to be. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah,
I'll be a meme for anything. Yeah,
there you
that'd be
go.
awesome.
Friends, over on YouTube, it has been incredible. Hit that thumbs up over on YouTube. Really appreciate it. Does help us out a ton. We're sitting currently, what is the likes here? Got to refresh, but I think we got to 500. 507. Guys, 507. We should give a fun account away. We haven't done that in a while.
Yeah, 5.
Yeah, let's do that. Let me set it up. Give me 1 second, friends. I'll set this up. We'll do a funded account giveaway. This will be for everyone. So thank you guys for joining. Obviously, members of the Lambos and Garbage Truck family will get a little bit extra. So those guys will get just a little bit more tickets in the bucket there. All right. So I'm setting this up. What should be the hashtag for today?
Twinkie.
Twinkie. You're right. Twinkie. Let's do that. Twinkie is the hashtag, friends. It is set. And it is coming in nicely. All right. So let me get the page up for you guys. And we'll give it a couple here to set up. And then we'll give our
People have to spell it right. IE, right, Carlos? You put IE at the end? Twinkie?
Yeah, Twinkie. IE. TWINKIE. IE.
Okay.
Not Y.
All right. Yeah. No. Just making sure because I saw a couple of people. Twinkie. There you go. All right. Let's get into that draw.
Yeah. Where's the draw screens? Where are they?
I can't find it. It's not coming up for me, Carlos.
Not coming up for you? So it's maybe because it's
so
something I have? I mean, how does it
maybe.
decide? Maybe because something that's saved in my computer.
You need
Telegram
to post it
knows.
and send it to people. Put it in the
I'm gonna start
put it
sending
in the
to
BBT
people,
chat or something.
I
that
sure
way
will.
people might get access to it or something. I don't know.
I'm definitely going to. Yeah.
I'd love
That's
to be a
pretty
meme.
cool.
I want to see myself random places. I think that would be awesome.
Yeah,
I'm the guy.
So
You got to remember, guys. You know, like this probably doesn't surprise anybody listening, but like I'm the guy that like I love taking pictures for tourists. Like if I'm a tourist and I'm taking a picture and somebody's like, "Oh, can you just take a picture of us?" I love doing that. I always reverse the camera and I take a picture, a selfie, and then I take photos. And Mike can attest to that. He knows.
Yes,
that
he does. And I do believe it's a Canadian thing because when we were touring Europe and Canadians would take pictures of us, yes, they would do the exact same thing.
There you go. I like to think maybe I've started a trend, but
I think it's a Canadian thing, though.
Maybe I just love the thought of being on random tourist photos, you know, just and they're like, "Who the hell is this guy?" And I'm out there somewhere randomly. That's so. There you go.
All right, guys, let's do this giveaway. I see the boss is in. Hello, Andrew.
Hey,
this is the
Andrew.
giveaway, and then we'll give it out. 112 users here, friends. The winner for today goes to Sig Visuals. Sid Visuals. Congratulations, you are the winner. Email me, carlos@wtraders.com. Good to have you winning today, so congrats. Hello, sir. How are you? How was your trading day? We saw your Intel trade, man. That was awesome. Oh, we can't hear Andrew.
Yeah.
No, good.
Yeah.
So you guys can see my screen too, yeah, probably.
There we go.
Yep.
I cannot see it. Let me check something here.
Let me cut off mine to give you more bandwidth here.
Yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, you can see it on Zoom, but it's not on vMix.
Oh.
Andrew, just share and reshare. It'll come right up. If you
Share
reshare
it for you guys, reshare, and it should come. Still black?
Yeah,
It's
still
coming.
black. It's coming. It takes a little bit.
Hopefully.
Why? Why? What is it, 1996? We can't.
It's because we had lots of screen shares going on, Andrew.
I think so. We have a lot today.
Yeah.
A lot of screen shares.
All right. So in that case, I actually had a really good trade. So I did one last time. I don't know if it's coming or not. Maybe, Carlos, you need to upgrade something on the back end.
Yeah.
Oh,
No,
there you go.
there it is. There it is.
Oh, there it is. Yeah, there it is. It came. So you can see my 1 minute chart. So we did a really nice trade on Tesla at the open. So that was a great trade on Tesla long, obviously with the help of one and only one market atlas. we did, this really move up. So really break out toward 415. And then I went long again, but I got out of it. But the biggest trade that we did was Intel. So at the open, obviously 1 minute opening range break up, we went long, we got stopped out, and then we went back again twice. And then the big move happened with the help of market Atlas, and eventually turned out to be a very profitable day for me. And I do have some Tesla puts that I sold and bought some calls of Apple 305 for the end of next week. So we might get some move on the Apple. It was green this morning, but Tesla puts are also doing pretty good. And overall, it was an amazing day. So we made the losses back of last 2 days. So because Monday and Tuesday are actually red. But I did record my trading today. So I'm going to do a recap today. I'm going to post it on YouTube. So you can actually see in real time with how we see the market atlas signals and how we trade based on the market atlas. So in real time, I like that actually I recorded my screen. So I'm going to do a nice recap today.
All right, awesome.
Awesome. Alrighty. So, Peter, how was your trading day?
Well, uneventful so far. I haven't got a trade yet, so still waiting patiently for the first for my first opportunity.
Nice. So you are a patient trader. That
Yes,
is
sir.
nice. So today for Peak Capital Bootcamp, guys, I'm gonna have a session at 1 p.m. And because it's the earning of NVDA, we can actually go through some trading and the after hours as well. So if you're a part of the Peak Capital Bootcamp, remember, guys, after close 4 p.m. Peak Capital session, I'll be there, and it's good that we can go through the earning of NVDA as well. It could be a really good trading opportunity in the after hours.
Well, those are good news. I might even attend it myself if I don't fall asleep.
Yeah, come.
I want to attend, but it's late for me.
What time would that
the
be?
close.
Market close in Russia?
It's around midnight. And I slowly fixed my sleep schedule. I used to sleep at 3 or 4 a.m. my time, but with the baby coming in, I think I need to fix that. Or maybe it's too early to fix it with the baby coming in.
Yeah, I mean, the schedule comes with the baby, not you.
Yeah, it's probably the worst time to fix my sleep schedule. But yeah, I mean, if I'm awake, I'm definitely going to attend it. We also had a really good day with Peak Capital members. Ended up trading live with them today. We took
Nice.
2 trades on Tesla and Nvidia. Both ended up being good. So for those who want to learn a lot, see different moderators trade live, join PCT. In the chat, it's usually Andrew trading live, making millions every day. But in Peak Capital, you get to see how different moderators trade. So that's one of the upsides.
That's amazing. Yeah. All right. Thanks to Carlos, Peter, and Mike, everything. So everybody. So we are handing it over to a good person named Amen. And if you have any question, guys, you feel free to email me. And I see a lot of people are actually still in the YouTube. That's really nice. Congratulations. All the best, guys.
All right, guys, YouTube, how are you doing today? Will the baby coming forget sleeping for a bit? I don't know. Hopefully I will not forget how to sleep. I still need that sleep. I don't know what's waiting for me, but it's probably an interesting chapter of my life. We'll see how it goes. Big Lou, good to see you here. I can see the normal and usual people here. Some new people here as well, which is amazing. Yeah, but who's the winner? Oh no, there was a winner. The winner was announced. The winner was announced. I forget who it was. Sick Visuals, right?
Yep, that's correct.
Yeah,
Sick Visuals, name is Jesse. He's the winner, so congratulations.
Yep, congratulations. So today was actually a good day. I honestly thought market's gone. I'm not going to find anything, but I actually ended up taking 2 good trades. One of them was on Tesla, and the winner was on Nvidia. Look at this ride, guys. Got good entry, good ad, and rode it all the way to the high. But before I go through my trades, let's take a look and see what the market is doing. We had some positive news that there are some negotiations going between Iran and USA, which is nothing new, right? These negotiations. But let's take a look at it from an actual perspective. These negotiations, they never were canceled. They were never ended. They were always on the table. So nothing changed except for them saying that the negotiations that were on hold, and they weren't even on hold, are continuing. And the market like this, and we ended up having a squeeze, which is interesting to be fair. Nothing promising. I don't think it's going to end up anywhere, but at least small brief or rest for the market, getting these oil prices lower. That's it. Yeah, they're full of it, full of negotiations for the last whole month. But if it ends well, then that's good, right? But you never know. So the market is going higher. SPY is going higher. At least that's good for the market, right? The average true range is $10 on the Qs. We still have room to go higher, which is probably going to happen today. Nvidia's earnings, probably these news are going to push at least Nvidia to continue going higher. So all is good. Maddie, how are you doing? Ben Wax, hello. So, let me review one of the BBT members' trades from yesterday. Apparently, the team agreed that it was a good trade and it would be worth mentioning it during this show. So Jeremiah is one of the traders at BBT who is implementing multiple time frame analysis actively in his trades. He takes these type of trades almost every single day, and it's the exact same type of setup that I usually play at the open. We look for a consolidation area during the pre-market, clear level of support. Then we wait for this level of support to get broken, either before the market open or after the market open, followed by squeeze. And he keeps doing that over and over and over with good size and good momentum. And that's similar to what I did today on Tesla. But unfortunately, it did not work out, did not have the follow through that I wanted to see, or maybe I moved my stop loss too early to break even. But that's exactly what we're looking for. Good consolidation within the pre-market, followed by a break below the pre-market, either during the pre-market or after the market open, doesn't really matter. Followed by a squeeze. So long being really good, offering good risk to reward ratio. Anyway, my Tesla trade ended up being a break-even trade. The second one I've taken was on Nvidia. This was probably the trade of the day. Took me a lot of patience waiting for it to set up. At the open, we had a sell-off, which was not my original plan to trade it. Initially, I wanted to see a break below the pre-market, followed by a breakout, but it ended up selling off. Now I'm long bias on it. It's Nvidia. We have earnings. We talked about it being bullish today. So I wanted to see a setup to play to the long side, and it kept making lower lows and lower highs. Lower lows and maybe lower highs. At this stage, I was interested in playing it. This is it here. But I knew that it could still keep forming a range. So I had two entry plans on Nvidia. The first one is a break of this high. The second one is a fake break below the low or somewhere around the low, or an overlap on the 15-minute chart. The moment this 5-minute candlestick closed, it looked like a reverse ABCD pattern. So what did I do? I waited for it to break the low and recover, hoping that it's going to close like this candlestick. That's what I wanted to see. When I played it on this candlestick, I wanted to see it going down, recovering. I play it long. It continues the squeeze and closes as a hammer. That's what I wanted to see. But unfortunately, it decided to continue going lower and closed as a reverse ABCD. One thing and one note for the future, guys. If you see that the price is stuck in a range, you do not want to enter within the range, having a tight stop loss within the range itself, because the price could do that for a long time. You want to give it the maximum possible range or room before the setup fails. And I used the low of the day. So I played it long, used my stop loss at the low of the day. Now I can see the range. That's the high, that's the low. I entered within the range, so my stop loss is wide. I'm not going to get a good risk to reward ratio out of it. So I waited for it to break the range for an ad. Once we broke the range, that was my ad. Moved my stop loss and started locking profits all the way up to the pre-market high. That was basically it. I'm all out of this trade. One trade break even, one trade is a winner, and now we'll see what we can find this afternoon. I still have one bullet that I can use After winner, I allow myself to take one more trade. If we get something interesting, we'll take it during the YouTube session. If nothing during the YouTube session, we'll take something in the chat room at 12. Now, how did you guys do today? AMC. I remember AMC being in play back in time. It was $20, $30 stocks or no? It was expensive. Yeah, it was actually. Yeah, 2021. This AMC was on fire at some point. Isn't it painful seeing a $500 stock sitting at 1? Nvidia having high liquidity at 230. 230 you're saying, so would be hit, yeah. I mean, the ATR is $7, but it's a day where we're going to have earnings. I'm not going to be surprised seeing it going to 230. Let's see. Yeah, you're right. It has 160,000 shares, 230. Use SPY, probably some more P stocks. This is not a normal spike. Doesn't look like technicals to me. There are some news happening around here. Anyone is listening to Benzinga? Let's see what we have. Trading terminal. So let's check the news tab and see what we have. I don't see anything. Big candlestick on both the SPY and the Qs, peaking the ATR. That probably gave the whole market good momentum. MC Garnagel. Yeah, you're right about this. The war did not bring the market down, so I find it strange that potential P stocks seem to crank it up over and over. This is a smart news, yeah, or smart piece of information around here. You're right about this. But you see, with the market being at all-time high, it's just looking for an excuse. Any small positive news to keep the momentum, to keep the market making new highs. Bad news, market is sitting at the highs. Good news, market doubles the move higher. But that's how the market works. Bim Perez, well done on the MU spike. You did good. So let's look for a trading opportunity. I'll quickly go through the list of stocks that I have. Maybe we're going to find a few stocks that we can keep a close eye on, either for continuation, either for a reversal. And if you guys are actively watching something, or if I missed something, let me know. Austin, you want me to take a look at RKLB? Good one. $10 ATR. Still has a lot of room to the upside, all the way to 134, maybe even higher. So good pick. Just broke the consolidation on the hourly chart. Amazing pick as well. Not extended on any time frame, maybe slightly the 5-minute chart. So yeah, this is actually a decent one, Austin. Let's take a look at Atlas on it. Atlas on RKLB is more bullish than bearish. Yeah, definitely more bullish than bearish. So yeah, nice pick. It's a bit late. Probably you wanted to get in along with the market spike or slightly earlier. This is where you want to start locking in some profits. RIBN, this one is stretched. The weekly is strong. This one also looks like a decent opportunity for slightly longer term trade. It doesn't look good for a reversal, at least not during our YouTube session. Remember this, you do not want to play a reversal on any stock that already reversed or any stock that had a fake breakdown. RIVN had a fake breakdown at the open and now it's squeezed. These type of stocks do not reverse easily. They could give you big pullbacks, they could give you longer term consolidation areas, but they do not reverse easily. I don't think it's either a good one for a continuation either, because we already did a really big move on it. The average true range on RIVN is around 60 cents, and we ran from 12, 80-ish to 13, almost 40-ish, which is a full ATR. So RIVN, not a reversal, not a continuation play. Probably can find something else that's more interesting. MU is slightly interesting. Started by a sell-off at the open, rejected a strong level of support, and it has room. It has a lot from all the way to the pre-market high and more. And MU has a $50 average true range. It literally made only $20 move, and it can run $30 more. Let's take a look at MU on Atlas. Atlas on MU is strong. It's actually strong, good, and bullish. 30-minute chart and hourly chart ready for a long. I don't like the 15-minute chart. It's an interesting stock. I'll keep an eye on it, maybe even trade it later. But we already formed 3 consecutive 15-minute candlesticks. Probably want to see a pullback on the 15-minute chart before a continuation. In short, an ABCD pattern or a bull flag on the 15-minute chart before the continuation. I'm going to put MU on my second monitor and keep a close eye on it. Really good call. Love it. Just need the 15-minute chart to set up. From what I can see, it'll probably get ready maybe within 30 to 45 minutes. Kenley is watching AMD. AMD is tough. This is a really tough one. It's overstretched ATR wise, and it's really bullish on the daily chart and doesn't even has any signal of a reversal. I think it's a good one to watch for a pullback play later during the day. But to play a reversal play, you want to see it going further. You do not want to play to the short side into this area. Previous resistance acting as support. Probably just stay away from it. Luis, you are watching the what's happening with the airlines? Why are airlines on fire? Let's check that out. Oh yeah, you're right about that, Alex. That could be a really good reason. Oil dropping means airlines doing better. It's a huge and solid drop. What were the actual news? Because I did hear that there are some negotiations that are going on within it, but were there any headlines, any actual news, any specific topics that are going to be discussed? Or any saying that they are coming to any consensus? China ordering 200 Boeing jets. Dylan, Peter actually mentioned it a few days ago during the pre-market show. These 200 Boeing jets being ordered is not actually good news because China wanted to order more than 200 Boeing jets. And after the meeting, they came to a conclusion that China is ordering 200 Boeing jets. So, in a way, it's worse news than good news. But it was made public around here that they're ordering 200. It was public even before that. It was public before when they wanted to order more than that. Final stages of negotiations, Kanji. So the final stages of negotiations was negotiations failing and we're back to bombing. I just have no idea. Well, let me actually open these news. 1 second. Let me just check out what we have around there and see how that could affect the market. I'm just doing a small surf. See what exactly is happening around there. I missed this news. Sleepy Rainbow talking about an entry on Tesla. I don't think there will be any good entry on Tesla. You could see how ugly this thing is. It just makes a big move to the upside followed by a big move to the downside. There is literally nothing on it. Be careful. So basically, the headline is not that we have a confirmed deal. The headline is that Trump is saying the Iran war could end very quickly. So basically, the headline is that the war could end very quickly. And the market right now is showing us some sort of de-escalation movement. Probably this is why the crude dropped around 3%. So it's kind of promising, but it is not clean yet. Obviously, on the positive side is that if negotiations are real, we can get some movement into reopening the Strait of Hormuz, and that would be bullish. But I would not call this a done deal. There is still a lot of tough talk. And Trump also mentioned that the US would still hit Iran if the talks fail. So basically, Trump is saying that there will be some talks that never were canceled, that the deal is happening very soon, but the US is going to bomb Iran if the talks fail. So if there is a deal that's coming very soon, why the uncertainty? Why would he even mention bombing? And if you think about it, guys, the deal was mentioned so many times, bombing was mentioned so many times, and there is literally nothing new in today's statement. It feels like the market is thinking that the worst case scenario is already outside the table. And that is enough for the market to go higher. So there is no good news, but it's not going to get worse than it was. So yeah, this is basically the news. The news is that the market has passed the worst case scenario. We're in a bad state, but it's not going to get worse. If it doesn't get worse, that's good. That's what I can take out of it. And what is your advice for someone starting with trading? Should they choose one strategy and work on it? Because listening to it sounds overwhelming due to too much info. Nasser, my tip for you is to learn how to read price action, multiple time frame analysis. And again, I'm not trying to sell you anything. If I was trying to sell you anything, I would tell you go for my course, but go for the book. It's cheap, $12, Kindle version, and it will get you up to date with most of information that I'm talking about. Why is that? A strategy is not going to make you money. If you learn how to trade opinion range breakouts, if you learn how to trade reversals, if you learn how to trade ABCD patterns, you're not going to make money. What's that? Because a strategy needs to be implemented in the right stock. A strategy needs to be implemented at the right timing, and it needs to be implemented into the right direction. Can you post the link one more time? Yeah, I'll do that now. So if you know how to trade a strategy, you'll just be getting your stuff chopped out. For example, there is a 5-minute opinion range breakout around here, and then there is a 30-minute opinion range breakdown around here. Right? There was a break of the high of the day around here that failed. There was a reversal candlestick around here for a reversal play that did not give you a good risk to reward ratio. Market moves in waves. So if you learn, for example, the ABCD pattern and you implement it on the wrong stock, you could be saying that, okay, there is a reverse ABCD pattern around here that has failed. Maybe here, that also has failed. Maybe here, that also failed. Maybe there is an ABCD pattern to the upside around here with the level C around here, which also has failed. So knowing how to trade a strategy is not going to make you money. And to be fair, you can learn how to trade a strategy within 1 week or 2 weeks. It's not difficult to learn a strategy, the entry criteria, stop loss criteria, targets for it. But if you know that, you're still not going to make money. You need to learn how to read action, how to look at multiple time frames, how to build a bias. Is the market long? Is the market short? How to identify key levels. Because if you take a look, for example, at Amazon, you can find levels all over the place. Oh, there is a level here, there is a level here, there is a level here, and here, and here, and here, and here, and here. I mean, you can literally draw so many levels out there, and then your chart becomes like a mess. And what level do you actually need? What level do you not need? What level is strong? What level do you need to play a break from? Because see, this level that we've drawn, the market did nothing around it. It just literally kept chopping all over the place, right? So strategy is not what's going to make you money day trading. It's understanding how to read price action, understanding multiple time frame analysis, identifying the right bias, and waiting for the right setup. Can you show the book again? Yes, this is it. And I posted the link in the chat. I'll put it one more time right now. For those who did not get it, make sure to take a look at it. Hey man, what's the link for your course? The link for the course is this, but send me, or don't send me anything. Use this promo code that I sent in the chat. It will give you a 50% discount. And if you end up getting the course, send me an email. I'll give you an invitation to a Discord community where I hold monthly mentorship sessions and where I share my trade ideas. And a lot of like-minded traders are sharing the watch list and their trade ideas. Let me just show you one thing. Today, for example, I had a live trade session at the open with Peak Capital, and I'll show you how long it took me before I ended up taking a trade. Let me just find the live trade session recording. So look at these guys. This is 1 hour of live trading at the open. Building the watch list and planning how to trade, drawing the levels and everything. So it took us somewhere around 15 minutes to build maybe the trading plan, going through some of the trades that I've taken. And then there it is. Market is opening. This was my first trade on Tesla, just so that you see how I manage my trades real time. Played Tesla to the long side after a fake break. Added at the breakout. And you know, when you trade, you cannot tell what is going to happen. You cannot control the outcome of the market because the market is just moving randomly. All you can do is react to whatever the market is doing. So I played it to the long side, no partials, nothing, until it gave me another adding opportunity. I think it happened somewhere around here. There it is. My target on it was around 412. And I locked in one profit target. You see, this did not touch it literally by 1 penny, which was a little bit disappointing. It went against me. And what did I do? I just cut it. That was my average. Long, add, partial. It was slightly in the green, but let's call it break even. And then look how long it took me before I took the next trade. Watching the cues, watching INTC, seeing that I missed this trade, seeing Apple. Apple was a perfect trade, and normally this would meet my trade book. Good selection, good level, good fake break, similar to what I did on Tesla. I was talking about this trade, that this would have been a good entry, that would have been a good add, and that's exactly what I did on Tesla, but this one ended up working out, but Tesla did not. No revenge trading. I can see Tesla real time looking like it's making an ABCD pattern. Maybe a few years ago, I would have jumped into the long side around here, only to get stopped out somewhere around here. But I did not do that because I knew that it doesn't meet my trade book anymore. It doesn't meet my stock selection criteria. And look at this, a lot of runners, a lot of trades are moving, but you do not need to be in every single mover. You need to wait for a setup to happen. Nvidia caught my attention because I could see that on the 15-minute chart, we had a strong level on it, which is the previous day close. Where is Nvidia? We'll get back to Nvidia in a second. So let me get, there it is, Nvidia. So Nvidia, I can see a clean level around here. Why did it pause? It's okay. It's okay. So I could see a good level. That's my first entry level. That's my second entry level. And I want to see what is happening before I'm going to take. And candlestick by candlestick, I knew that for now, this thing looks like a reverse ABCD. It's going to the upside. I want to play it to the long side. But you do not need to revenge trade. You do not need to just have this FOMO that the trade is going to go without you. I know it's going to be a long, but it needs to also meet my entry criteria. And if it happens that it's going to break and run without me, then let it be. I've seen so many trades go without me. I've missed so many trading opportunities, but I know that sticking to my rules is what's making me money in the long run. I see Tesla making new highs. I do not care about that. Because again, what's gone is gone. Until Nvidia set up a little bit later. There it is. At 9:55, 25 minutes after the market opened, this thing set up, played it to the long side, but look what's happening around here. And this is where a lot of traders lose money. You see that this is the high of the range. This is the low of the range. Normally, when people play it to the long side around here, where do they put their stop loss? Guys on YouTube, normally, if you take this type of trade and be honest about it, where would you place your stop loss? Or maybe your first days of trading. If that was your entry around here, what would you put as a stop? Knowing myself and working with a lot of traders, I know they'd be using it at the previous low. They'll be like, okay, there is a higher low around here. So I'm going to play it to the long side. And they'll be putting stop loss around 221. Exactly, Yazzie. Just below this swing low around here. And what happens a few seconds later? It goes below 221. And I've been caught in this so many times. Just playing it and getting subbed out. So I knew that if this is the high and this is the low of the range, the price could just keep chopping around here. And I'm explaining this while trading live, that this thing could actually keep chopping within this range. And you do not want to be long, stopped out, then seeing the price recovering, play it long here, and moving stop loss around here. You could get subbed out 5, 6, 7 times, eventually to catch the move. And it would actually be a good thing if you catch the move, because sometimes it just doesn't work out. Sometimes it just goes south after you've paid a lot of money on it. So I knew that it needs to be one single stop. The trade either works, either fails. So what did I do? I ended up holding it. And here it broke the range. And I did mention that I want to add at the high of the range. See? Why did I not add? What rule are we breaking here, guys? Why was this not a good place to add? The classic 3 candlestick rule. 1, 2, 3, 4. And I knew that after 3 candlesticks, it could make a pullback before the continuation. And if I ended up adding around there, I would have been stopped out. So I decided to wait for this higher low wave. And there is the higher low that I was waiting for. The moment that happened, what did I do? I added to my position, and you see how I added at the moment where the stock actually started running. It never made it back. This drop here was normal, and I said that you should not get out at break even around here, because normally after the break of the range, it's natural to see a retest before the continuation. And that was basically the trade that I have taken and the thought process behind it. I'll show you a trade that I've taken yesterday, just to remind you why technical stop losses are important. Yesterday, in the chat room, I ended up playing the Qs to the short side. And you see where I put my stop loss? I got stopped out. And you see what happened after I got stopped out? The trade just went against me. Your stop loss needs to be a zone or an area that if price reaches it, then the setup has failed. So basically, it'd be a failure zone. If the price reaches this area, then the setup has failed. That's how you get 1 in 3. And if you're right, the trade is just going to work out in your favor and you're going to get that 3 to 1, 4 to 1, or 5 to 1. And if the setup fails, then it's just one single loss. So that's it in short, guys. I mean, for momentum breakout traders, what do you recommend instead? Osam, what exactly are you looking for? Should you always aim for lows for entries? Not the lows, Osam, for beginning of the move. You don't need to enter at the low. You can play with the momentum, but make sure that you're entering within the beginning of the move, not at the end of the move. You need to make sure that you're going to survive pullbacks. Amen, love your book. Thank you, Mike Kelly. I really appreciate it. Chris is long on INTC. Good job. Nice, small momentum play. That is actually amazing. Eamon, do you do pre-market walk through your live trading? No, in the Discord, I just do something like this: watching Nvidia and Tesla for long. Tesla is better, but Nvidia needs to be, but both of them need to be traded only after fake breakdown. So I give just a small conclusion or small plan of my trade, and that's basically it. This was my Nvidia trade. Samer here. See, took similar trade. This is why I said it's kind of like-minded group of traders, playing it closer to the low, adding after the retest, and holding it all the way to the upside. You see, this is the Tesla trade that I've taken. Similar thought process. Like the people around here trade the exact same way. You see, long, add, out, exact same way. I did not trade it live, but because the people around here already know my trading style almost to the T, they would be doing the exact same thing that I'm doing without even me mentioning it. I mean, can you talk a little bit about the 2200 strategy? Yeah, so the 2200 strategy, Candy, is a trend continuation strategy. For example, let's do something that's trend continuation on the daily chart, if we have anything like that. And not MU. Yeah, maybe AMD, Nvidia. No, I don't see anything that's trend continuing at the moment. Oh, Apple. There it is. This is actually a good example for a 2200 strategy. So you're looking for a stock that is in trend continuation within day 1, day 2, day 3, or day 4, or like here, within day 1. You switch to the 60-minute chart and you want to mark the 20 moving average on the 60-minute chart. The 20 moving average on the 60-minute chart is your entry point. You want to make sure that this 20 moving average on the 60-minute chart coincides with the 200 moving average on the 5-minute chart. That's why it's called 2200. And obviously, along with that, you need it to coincide with a pre-market level that coincides with a level from yesterday. When you have this combination, just want to see how the price reacts to the 2200, and then you play the trade. That's basically it. Stock in an advancing or declining phase on the daily chart within the first 3 days, where the price is sitting around the 20 on the 60, 200 on the 5, coinciding with the pre-market level, coinciding with the level from yesterday. It's, I think, one of the most beginner-friendly advanced trading strategies. I mean, I picked my stock very well, but often hesitate to pull the trigger. I missed the INTC reversal yesterday, and today I missed CBRS. Sammy, probably you miss your trades because you don't have a fixed entry criteria. You are good at identifying stock. You're good at selecting the stock, knowing where it's going to be headed, but you do not have fixed entry criteria for your strategy or for your setup. That's probably the main reason around here. So work more on entry criteria, on how to identify the trade, and always plan the trade before you take it. For example, let's say that I want to play CBRS to the short side right now. You want to visualize the scenario before the setup happens. For example, I want to see the 5-minute chart making a new low. I want to see a higher low. On the 1-minute chart, I want to see a mini range with a break of the range or a fake break of that range. After the 15-minute candlestick closes as a reversal candlestick, I'm just talking rubbish right now, but I'm saying that you want to visualize something before it actually happens, and then you wait for your vision to come true. If that happens, that's when you can execute the trade. And if that doesn't happen, then the trade is gone. Just forget about it and let it go. Sometimes we know where the market is headed, but we do not need to be in it because it doesn't meet our trade book. So knowing that CBRS was going to reverse to the short side, and not catching it is not necessarily a bad thing. It's not a bad thing if it did not meet your trade. It's a bad thing if it met your trade book, but you did not take it, or if you do not have a detailed trade book yet, which means that you need to work on it. What do you have your RSI set in things? I don't use the RSI, Austin, but if you are going to be using it, use the 14 period and maybe the low 20, high 80. Would you trade? No, I would not trade range on Tesla, and it's not really in a range. It's it had made new lows around here, lower highs here, higher highs here. It's choppy. It's not ranging. It's just chopping around. Remember that today we have FOMC minutes, and for those who are not aware of this, during these days where we have the FOMC minutes, the market usually doesn't make big runs. It usually chops around, goes sideways, and then after the announcement, it makes the rest of the move. Do not trade it within the announcement itself. Yes, Chris, thank you. At 2 p.m. Wait for the announcement, give it some time to settle and to set up, and then trade it. Stick Visual says, I feel like I'm good at getting in a trade, but at partialing. When do you move? You're supposed to break even. You guys are asking difficult questions sometimes, and I wish I could help you with that because I really want to, but there is no fixed answer for that. It depends on your trading style. It depends on your strategy. It depends on what time frame you are playing. It depends on the market conditions. Sometimes I move stop loss to break even. Sometimes I move it slightly below break even. Sometimes I keep respecting the original stop loss. Sometimes I add and I don't even move it to break even. So there are just so many different scenarios, and it will take me hours to talk about it. And eventually it's going to be me talking about my trading styles. It's really individual around here. But to answer your question, there is no fixed criteria, and that's something for you to know. You should not try to figure out a rule that's going to work all the time. You should not move your stop loss to break even after it hits 1 hour, or move it to break even after it hits 2 hours, or move it to break even the moment it starts going against you. If you're going to be looking for a fixed rule, it's not going to work in the long run. You need to identify different scenarios for your strategy and try to figure out on which scenario when to move your stop loss to break even and when you better not move it. That's the tip. Because it took me, I think, 6 months trying to figure out the secret rule that's going to make me money in the long run. A rule where I can move my stop loss to break even. And I'll show you now how I did that. So this is one, and like I told you, it's the rules are different for different strategies. This is one of the rules or journals that I used to run when I was working on breakout strategy. I used to look for a secret best stop loss, best entry criteria, best stock selection criteria, and then figuring out when to move stop loss to break even. Where is that? If moved stop loss to break even after 2.5 hours, if moved stop loss to break even after 1 hour, if moved stop loss to break even after maybe multiple touches and a fake break. And I used to look for that secret sauce and it wasn't there. So I already did that research. You're not going to figure out something good. It's always different depending on the style, depending on the strategy, depending on the market that you're playing. It would be better if you try to figure out how to make winners bigger rather than when to move stop loss to break even. And you can make your winners bigger by adding into winning position, by having tighter stop loss, or by getting earlier entry, one of these three, or work on three at the same time. No, K10, I don't wait for the candle to close below it. If you wait for the close, sometimes you lose double or triple of what you wanted to lose. Probably the touch of it, but I usually see how it's behaving around my stop loss area. I'm not going to get out because it kicked my stop loss. I will wait for an extra couple seconds. I want to see how it behaves around my stop loss. Is it getting bought back up or it's actually hitting it? Awesome. You are welcome. Is there certain times during the typical stock market of the day that there is the most movement? The most movement usually happens at the open 9:30 till 10:15, but not always. Sometimes it's the time of the day where the market does nothing. But if we are talking statistics, most of the time you get the 9:30 to 10:15, and then you get the power hour, which is the last hour, 3 to 4 p.m. Midday could also offer good opportunities, higher accuracy, but they form less and it takes longer for the market to hit your targets. Just did it for fun, Chris. It wasn't for fun. It took me a lot of time. I'm thinking about it right now, and was trying to figure out how did I have the energy to do all of that back in time. But I'm glad I did it. Nvidia seems to be liking the $225 area. It seems to. Exactly, Sam. I practiced medical as a fun, but trading as a serious job. I just decided to graduate from a medical university for fun, so that people could call me a doctor. Do you think Tesla can break the 413? Yes, I think it can. I think it's going to slowly grind up. Pilot license? Well, if I save enough to get a private plane, maybe. Beam Paras, what's your degree? What degree did you get? Civil engineering. That's a nice one. I don't think I want to be a pilot. How do pilots get used to this jet lag? Jet fighter? I don't know. Yeah, the Tesla is setting up for a break of 413. I like the hourly chart actually. I like the 15. I like the 30. And to be fair, I think within the next 30 minutes it's going to finally start the move that we've been waiting for. Let's take a look at Atlas on Tesla. Atlas is bullish. So this doesn't look like a bad long idea. I will be waiting for a new 15-minute low. So if this 15-minute candlestick closes up here, first I'll be waiting for it to make a new 15-minute low somewhere within this zone, and then look for an entry. Probably I'm going to take a trade on Tesla in the chat room in the afternoon. We'll see. I'll put an alert for now. They sleep while flying. Oh yeah. I forgot that pilots are needed just to land and take off. Nasser, how does it feel? How do you deal with jet lags? Airlines? Yeah. Will take some time to actually trust them. Imagine just being in a plane that's controlled by an AI that gets disconnected for some reason. Not sure. I don't think that's happening anytime soon. It's going to take people years to get used to it. I prefer to get into a plane with a human pilot. Well, Ben calls I do trust robo taxis. We have a lot of these in Moscow. And I'm okay with robo taxis. But planes, I don't know. So the 15-minute candlestick is probably going to close as a bearish one, and I would love to see new lows on the 15-minute chart before the break of the high of the day. I think Tesla has a lot of room to go higher, and I might end up trading it in the chat room if it sits up. AOI for reversal too late. Remember, you always want to get your entries in the beginning of the move. This was your zone for an entry. Anything later than that is bad, because your first profit target area should be here. Or get had. Yeah, out trader, that's true. So we didn't see anything setting up, but I think Tesla would be it, guys. If you guys have any questions, feel free to email me. Oh, Manuel, you're here. How about MU? Still gonna go up? Yes, I think it can go higher. I think it just needs to set up also on the 15-minute chart. Oh, it did. I missed this part. Remember, guys, who said MU needs to make a new low before continuing to go higher. MU did actually set up, and that was the entry, 1129 or 1131. Manuel, guys, here is a wizard. He's a software engineer. He built a tool for predicting the next candlestick using the rules that I share in the book and in the course. And he's building something. He's smart, so kind of jealous of people that smart. Anyway, guys, I'll be calling it today around here. If you have any questions, feel free to email me, ayman@bearbletraders.com. And I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, 12 p.m. Eastern. Oh, sorry, 11 a.m. Eastern. See ya.